لك وحدك.
Welcome back, everyone, for grand finals between Buhmbo Oro Farmers and LilMacAttackers. I am HopTech, joined today by Shiv. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming and tuning in.
It's going to be the end of the road here of a couple months of best of threes. And now we finally get that best of 5 here in finals to determine who our champion will be. But before that takes place, we do have the single award to give out here at the end of the split.
Yes, indeed, we do. And without further ado, our player of the split MVP for 2026 DMV Summer is Kapalot. What a player he has been for his team.
Yeah, he has been fantastic throughout this entire tournament. He's always drawing a ton of bans to begin with on stuff like Viego, the pocket Cho'Gath that he ran one game on and then was never allowed to have the champion again. And has just shown a fantastic control over the map, being aggressive when he needs to be on picks like the Lee Sin, having a lot of good global presence on things like the Pantheon, then having those carries like, Lilia, Viego in his pocket. So absolutely well deserved. And we'll see if he can cap it off with a championship as well here with the Little Mac attackers.
Yes, indeed. Very excited to see what they have in store for tonight. I mean, what what a finals we have. I feel like these two teams have just shown time and time again why they are the favorites of the tournament. Both of these teams just absolutely crushing their way to the competition. And I believe the only loss that Lil Mac Attackers has faced in this DMV so far is their opponents for tonight, the Buhmbo Oral Farmers. So looking to get the revenge. Buhmbo Oral Farmers, on the other hand, completely undefeated. They dropped one single game, not even a match, a single game versus their opponents in the semifinals, who I can't recall. Um, but yeah, I think they've just been the favorites of the tournament from the very beginning. They just have such a well-rounded team. Obviously, Zero Domain, the main man in the mid lane, has been doing like very crazy things on his part, but even Nightstone, even Quasti, even Buhmbo, and not to mention their last pick phase have just been completely showing up for their teams, um, and just overperforming like crazy. So very, very excited for both of these teams to face off. Without further ado, we're gonna go right into draft. Here we go.
Yeah. And then, real quick, just so that our audience is up to speed, Burrito Bear is going to not be able to make it, unfortunately, for the grand finals in the mid lane for the Little Mac Attacker. So it will be Envy subbing in for him there in the mid lane. Envy coming off a tournament where he played primarily the jungle. And we'll see if he still got the ability to stand up in the mid lane against a force like Zero Domain. Start us off, though, in the draft. Of course, it's those standard 3 bans we always see levied towards the Little Mac Attackers of the Viego, Cho'Gath, and Gwen. So Little Mac Attackers are able to get a power pick in another role with the first pick, Seraphine.
Yep, the Seraphine is picked up for Curse of Dragons. I don't believe Low Mac Attacker plays, or Low Mac Attack rather, plays that champion at all. It looks like they're gonna opt for that Ash Seraphine like power duo that we've seen time and time again in this DMV. Something that Quasti, I believe, hasn't been playing much. And they opt to actually pick the Tristana into the Ash Seraphine lane. So looking for a bit of an aggressive bot lane. Along with that Wukong to supplement it.
Yeah, we'll definitely see, because Ash Seraphine has been the favorite bot lane for Lil Mac and Curse throughout this DMV. It's still very powerful in how much utility it can provide and early lane power as well. So we'll see if FaZe opts for something a bit out of left field to pair with the Tristana. Might just be a standard engage support down the line, which means that they're instead going to place the priority on that mid jungle duo and get the prized Zero Domain Syndra.
Yeah, and that Syndra has to feel pretty good picking on that R3. They get to ban away some of the counter picks that Envy does like to pick. That Akali is going to get banned away. Silas has already taken away. They might even also take away the Orianna here if they're looking to R5 their top laner. I feel like he'll already get counter picks, so shouldn't matter too much what they're banning top lane. But I would like to see an Ori ban here. It is a skill matchup, obviously, for the Syndra. But it just eliminates that control mage threat and kind of neutralizes Syndra a little bit. Looking like they're actually going to opt to ban the orange, so something that Camper's very comfortable on. So that's a blind taken away from Camper. So we're gonna have to see what he has here to pick into Nightstone.
Yeah, meanwhile, it is an immediate Leona slam, so engage support to see if they can get aggressive with the Tristana. But yeah, you just see what the blind pick is going to be for LilMac Attackers. We've seen Camper play picks like the Gragas or the Gnar when he has to blind pick. Of course, Camper has been a trooper through this split, coming in for I can't win, the captain getting having to step aside earlier on in the season, and Camper has definitely filled those shoes admirably, but it has been mostly as a weak side top laner. So we'll see how that'll materialize in his blind pick.
Yeah, actually, I can't win. Broke his hand, had to be sidelined for the rest of the tournament. He's out for the tournament. We won't see him till next one, hopefully. Hopefully he's doing well and recovering well. But it does look like Envy is going to pick up that victor. Not a champion that I love too much at this point into the Syndra as well. Obviously also a skill matchup, but I think Syndra definitely has the upper hand here, especially in the early laning phase. And it is a little scary into something like the Wukong Leona. I feel like Victor is just very easily ganked, whereas the Syndra can play her range a little bit better. I feel like into the Pantheon engage, into the Aatrox. It looks like Nightstar just takes that Malphite into the Aatrox. I feel like it's a very good pick here. There's not a lot of threat on the Malphite in terms of like the Aatrox. I feel like Malphite can neutralize lane pretty well. And in the late game, it just becomes like unkillable. I feel like Ash Seraphine, Victor don't do enough, and being immobile mages, or rather just immobile champions, Malphite is pretty scary here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of champs that LMA are playing, like the Ashe, like the Pantheon, not so much about dealing damage as it is having utility, having setup. And so when you have something like the Malphite, it's just going to be a complete wall and can enable the engage of the Wukong to make a very difficult victor. Going to need to really stack up on some of those health items like the Rod of Ages, more than likely in this composition.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I don't love Victor building tanky, especially into this kind of team comp. I feel like he definitely does need to do damage into that front line, because I feel like if this Ashe doesn't get going, there's not a lot of DPS on their team. Maybe Capelot can do something freaky bot or mid to get some lane ahead. I feel like maybe going top lane for the Aatrox might be a mistake. Although that might get them a few kills early, I feel like Malphite isn't really a lane that can be impacted too much by like weak siding him or anything like that. So we'll just have to see what Capelot can do to try and get his team ahead early to make sure this kind of wombo combo threat with like Malphite, Wukong, Leona doesn't get too scary later in the game.
And I do want to just shout out Nightstone, who has been very versatile throughout all of DMV, has been willing to play weak side tanks like the Ornn and Cho'Gath, has been willing to play carries like the Camille and the Gwen. A lot of unique picks out here through the DMV for Nightstone, who is the best top laner out of the regular season for a lot of people. So he's willing to be the weak side warrior for this one and make sure that he's always able to contribute on a pick like the Malphite. But I do think, like you said, that early eye is going to be on the bottom lane, right? You have the Ashe Seraphine that's going to be trying to get that early lane pressure, and then the Tristana Leona trying to find punishes, engages, to kind of open up that lane and make sure they're not just stuck under their tower all the time. All said and done, you see the nameplates, you see the champions. Which team do we think is going to come out on top in game number 1?
I feel like I really favor Buhmbo Oro Farmers team comp right here. I just feel like they have so many tools to deal with the backline of LilMacAttackers. But that being said, we're going straight to a break really quick. Stay tuned for game 1.
Gentlemen, it is time for game number 1 here between the Buhmbo Oro Farmers as the number 1 seed, looking to cap it off with a championship against the 3rd seed, LilMacAttackers.
Yes, sir, Shiv. A moment we've all been waiting for. And I think yeah, we have the two front runner MVPs on each side. I think it's gonna be just a show of leadership. I feel like whoever can really lead their team in this match can really come out ahead as we head down the stretch of the 5 games. Hopefully it won't last 5 games. I feel like it's very tiring for everyone involved, but it would be a banger for the viewers at home.
Absolutely. And Zero Domain, as one of those top players here, he came in as the highest ranked player. And he's someone who hasn't been able to find a DMV championship through all these years. It's been a bit of Chovy domain for him in the mid lane where you see these dominating performances, but just not able to come together in playoffs. Game number 1, he's gotten the champ that he's played the most. He's made a ton of highlight plays here on the Syndra. We'll see how it's all going to pan out.
And I feel like that's kind of a story for a lot of people this tournament that has kind of just shown up big time. I feel like Zero Domain has improved massively since the last tournament. And not only him, I mean, just look at people like LilMacAttackers, who climbed all the way from like platinum to diamond since last season. Camper on duty as Zero Domain has probably DC'd. He's probably lagging due to the thunderstorm, but there seems to be no mercy from For You to Envy. Not much we can do about that, honestly. Zero Domain getting gapped by his PC and internet as a story as old as time.
Yeah, maybe we need to stop comparing him to Chovy and comparing him to Masu, because Masu played on like very low ping when he was in Challengers. He was on like 200 ping. And still managed to be the best APC in Challengers. So maybe we need some rebranding there, but hopefully the internet cooperates with Zero Domain as long as it can. We do have both junglers down on this bot side. His phase is going to take an engage. Curse very low, has to flash. Quasty's trying to get the bomb to go off, but Curse is going to stay alive now. Phase.
This is good for LilMacAttack.
Eventually level 3 is hit for the side of LilMac, but yeah, Curse now very out of mana as this wave is coming on back.
I think that's exactly what they want to do in this lane. They want to play aggressive, but LilMacAttack kind of forced to bounce this wave considering that they got level 3 first, and now they won't have prio for that scuttle. Capella has to go topside.
Will be a nice base for Quasty and FaZe, and we'll see if they punish the missing Seraphine summoners there, as the Wukong will restart his clear up on that top side, top of the bot. And both junglers just gonna lay in wait in mid lane in case anyone decides to make a move. I feel like it will be a bit overzealous, but Capella might be going for it. Flash away from the gravity ball to get over to the Wukong. Pantheon's still in the chase. He's gonna get scattered back. Capella now gonna get the bad news that Buhmbo is in the area, puts up the Aegis Assault, and is able to get out.
Yep, and I think he's going to be able to reset just fine here. Probably won't get punished too much. His Gromp is the first thing spawning. Zero Domain might actually be able to stop him here. It doesn't look like he opted for it, but you know, all things considered, pretty even game state so far.
And meanwhile, FaZe just gonna flash in. Quasty's rooted, but still gets the jump on in. And onto that flashless Seraphine they go. Another rocket jump and first blood to the bot lane of the Aura Farmers.
What a heads-up play by FaZe, knowing that that Seraphine didn't have flash, but this is exactly what they want. They want that aggressive playstyle. Quasty kind of had to play, I don't want to say the back foot necessarily with these APCs that he's been picking throughout the tournament, but we're seeing him now on an ADC, a more traditional ADC at least. And he's up 1-0, or at least they're up a kill in the ball lane.
Absolutely, and I do want to shout out FaZe, who, like you said, was the last pick here in the tournament and has been filling in quite well. He didn't get picked up in DMV Winter. This time he makes it just in the nick of time, and he's been very good at the support position. He had a lot of good versatility early on with playing things like Sona, like Tom Kench, but the back half of the season, it has been pretty much all engage with Rel, with Nautilus. Now here on the Leona, doing exactly what they need in getting those summoners off the Seraphine and immediately punished. But now Envy flashing in, has the Chaos Storm ticking. Flash, Spear doesn't have the distance. And so Capella and Envy were close, but not able to find their man.
Not close enough. Those boots in the early game. That buy from Zero Domain really saved him. Envy wasn't actually able to get his second Q off onto Zero Domain, even though he flashed forward. Knowing that Zero Domain didn't have flash, and obviously Capital wasn't able to find the reach with his Q either. Zero Domain gets away with his life this time. That's crucial.
Yeah. Yeah, it is going to stay scary for him, as the Pantheon will get to that Grand Starfall, so Zero Domain still has to be very careful while he's missing that Summoner. But definitely happy that he's able to get out of that one.
And we see over here in the top lane, Nightston doing as well in this lane as a Malphite could possibly do, I feel like, into the Aatrox. And later and later into the game, it's just going to get harder and harder for Camper to kind of play the side lane. Nightston does have that level 6 available right now, does have that Rambo picked up as well, so he can actually probably start trading pretty aggressively here. Not too aggressively, because Camper does get a better of that trade.
Scatter's now down in mid, and they are looking to convert onto Zero Domain here. Curse in the area, not able to find the juke back as Zero Domain evades that one, and now has his own support for backup. Meanwhile, Capilot was going for a bit of an invade on the enemy red, but I don't believe he was able to get it. FaZe is going to phase check on through. But Capilot doesn't want to really commit, because this means Quasti now has an opportunity to jump in onto the Ashe, force the flash, as Ashe Arrow went all the way to the top side, but with no play happening, there's just going to be a lot of cooldowns down for LilMac.
Yeah, I did find it interesting that LilMacAttackers actually opted for that that cleanse in this matchup, considering Tristana's damage is very kind of burst with that E. I feel like one would want to barrier that E to negate a lot of her damage, but does opt for that cleanse instead for the Leona threat.
Meanwhile, ult's being traded out in mid lane, but Zero Domain now has to run away from Pantheon. Meanwhile, ult's traded in top lane as well. No one dying just yet, as the Infernal Chains are not going to drag Nightstorm back to danger, but Zero Domain is in a whole lot of danger. He's running through the enemy side of the rift. Curse is now very low. There's the reset on the rocket jump, and Quasti's going to cash in on that one. Scatter, Comet, Zero Domain can't quite get the damage through to find a trade. And so Envy now going to get greeted by the Wukong, who's not going to waste any time. Flashing on in, a whole lot of action and a whole lot of lanes. As the Buhmbo Aura Farmers, though, trading up ever so slightly.
A whole lot of action indeed, Shiv. I mean, we just saw the camera pan to 3 lanes at once. Something happened top, something happened bot, and something happened mid. Envy, obviously a 1-for-1, not the greatest, but I mean, Quasti is just getting so ahead on this Tristana, making sure that they can play very aggressive. And I think this Seraphine is not something we see Curse of Dragons play often. I feel like he's definitely someone who likes to play those engaged champs. And it seems like he's kind of disrespecting the space that FaZe can buy with this Tristana as well. And has costed his life twice at this point.
Now, flashless bottom lanes with the solar flare up. Buhmbo is missing his own flash, to be fair. Haven't had any team really make a play on this dragon just yet, but I feel like with those summoners missing, it'll be quite difficult for the side of LMA to try anything for it, as Nightstorm getting a very solid trade up here in the top lane. Both ultimates are still down, but we're starting to see the Malphite even out these trades, even if he has lost a good bit of farm.
Yep, 20 CS, not much to the Malphite. If he can just gap you later in lane, that gold won't matter much. Camper will get that cleaver, and once he finishes that, it probably will be a little bit better for him for a time. But until then, I think Nightstorm is going to be pretty happy with the trades he's taking. Very surprised that Envy actually opted for the Lucidity Boots in this game, considering the amount of CC that Zero Domain and FaZe kind of bring to the table. I would have liked to see the Merc Treads along with that, Magic Shield. Would have been pretty good value for Syndra, who is more or less a burst champ. But does opt for those Lucidity Boots for the CDR. Might get all in here. Zero Domain has that ulti available.
Yeah, no Magic Mantle may look a bit more appealing now that Zero Domain has hit him with the Unleashed Power and gotten the solo kill.
Yep, and I feel like that was something, maybe it was only inevitable. I feel like Zero Domain has solo killed every single opponent that he's gone against in this tournament. Yeah, I mean, we had our doubts going into this this game that Envy was going to be able to fill the shoes that Burrito Bear has kind of left. in this match, this finals. Someone who they've been playing with for the last 8 weeks that DMV has gone on for. Someone who's had a very specific playstyle that Envy doesn't really replicate all that much. But yeah, we're gonna have to see if Envy can kind of climb himself out of this setback.
Yeah, he does still feel fine. You know, control mages, they'll always find a way to contribute. See if, you know, those Lucidity boots give him the extra summoner CDR to flash some Malphite ultis and still get his damage through. As meanwhile, we're still waiting for that first Starfall out of Capalot. You see all that good deep vision from the side of the Buhmbo Aura farmers in the red side jungle, meaning they know where the Pantheon has the threat and they're not going to be caught unawares by the Pantheon descending from the heavens.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Camper probably pretty close to finishing that cleaver. But Zero Domain is going to come back with a Storm Surge, I believe. There it is. Looking for that kind of full AP burst, just really taking advantage of no MR on the enemy team just yet. I feel like that pen is going to come in really handy here.
Yeah, I am curious how you feel about the early Storm Surge as a mid lane, because I feel like mana is, you know, one of the reasons we're seeing a lot of mages bots, because they never really run out of it. And Zero completely foregoing a lost chapter here in the mid lane.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. I feel like we've seen it a couple times. I think some people do really like that Storm Surge. It is an adaptation in the Syndra build. But Syndra is the champion that also kind of gains mana back when she does get her passive stacks. So if she does QE somebody, if she does WQ somebody, as long as she gets 2 abilities off, she does get a good chunk of mana back. And I assume Zero Domain probably went Presence of Mind, considering he probably knew ahead of time that he was going to go this kind of build. So his mana troubles won't be that bad as long as he keeps hitting abilities. And Buhmbo's here to try and look for a play.
Oh yeah, Envy immediately flashing away. Cyclone and Scour of the Week both going wide. But a good play from Buhmbo to be able to force that summoner out. 100 seconds from the next objective.
100 seconds to see if they can prep for this one. Camper on duty opted for that Shojin, actually, to try and get some of his CDR going, but he's kind of losing this trade. Nightstorm still has that ult available, and so does Camper, but looks like they're just going to walk away. Nightstorm probably not wanting to use his ulti ahead of the Dragon Timer. He looks to reset here, but has to TP back.
Meanwhile, Buhmbo going to invade the red buff, but Ash Arrow, nice buffer by Quasti to get out of harm's way there. Teleport back up from Nightstorm, gonna immediately ult right on top of Camper. The Aatrox's gonna spread his wings with the World Ender, now trying to flash away. Nightstorm trying to get the last bit of damage, but it's not quite there. So both top laners able to survive, but now Encore is gonna hit on 2 nice cleanse from Quasti, as Curse is also very low. They're trying to dish the damage back into phase, has that Eclipse for some tankiness, and now Buhmbo's down here. Forces out a heal from Curse, as both junglers were drawn to the scent of blood, but no one fallen.
Yeah, that play did happen top, but Nightstorm did have to burn that TP and the ulti. He won't be down for this Dragon. But Camper, if he pushes out this wave, I believe his TP will... Nah, I don't think it will be up. But pretty crucial cooldowns burned ahead of time. Curse of Dragons won't have that ulti. LilMacAttack won't have that ulti. And I feel like both teams might actually just stall this one out.
Say no Ashe ult, no Seraphine ult makes me a bit concerned about LMA's ability to fight for this objective. But
here.
They're going to find a flash out of phase early on as Nightstorm trying to keep Camper at bay here. That teleport just about coming back up for the Aatrox.
Yep, no ulti yet though, and his HP conditions aren't the greatest. Capalot's taking a more aggressive stance in the bot lane, and they have mid and bot prio at this point. Quasti and Zero Domain kind of on the back foot at this point, and I think they're pretty comfortable just taking this one.
Yeah, it was good work at the start to find phase, poking around for vision, get that chunk, get that flash, clip a bit of the possible engage, and especially with that TP advantage, LMA will be able to get the Dragon, prevent any sort of fast stacking, as it will be a Hextech Rift here in game number 1.
Yep, Hextech Rift. I feel like can benefit LilMacAttack quite a bit if they get that soul. I feel like dragon stacking is pretty important to this team at this point. But just gonna go wide there for Curse of Dragons. Still a good bit of chunk here. We see the power of the Seraphine. Even though they're 0-2, they're still getting priority in this lane, and it's just so annoying, this champion.
Yeah, now that they've used the double, FaZe was looking for some angle, but it's maybe a fight over Rift Herald. That should be their main concern. Buhmbo now going to get engaged on. Does land the smite to secure the Herald. Meanwhile, action in the bot lane. Encore hits onto both as Quasi taken low and is going to be killed. It's 1-for-1 on the bot side, but meanwhile, back in the Herald pit, it's Nightstone stunned up. It's Nightstone sure to be taken down, and with the Triumph heal, I think Capilot's going to be okay, but LilMac firing down the Ranger's focus to get the 2 kills in the bot lane. And the top lane Herald fight looking good for LMA.
They're right back in this game, although they're still 1k gold behind. I feel like it might claw back considering how many plates they're going to get here. Malphite is dead, no TP. LilMacAttack going to get quite a bit of gold as well. And 2-0 has to feel good on that Ashe. Like I said, that Ashe has to get ahead. I feel like this Ashe being ahead, being safe in this kind of game is really, really important. Capilot actually.
They're going to Skyfall in, unleash power as Zero Domain doesn't have the scatter, and will eventually fall to Capilot. Buhmbo now down here in the bot lane. Curse and LilMac going to try to fight it out. Nice stun there with the beat drop, and now Bumbo's in trouble. Quasty's going to try to jump in. LilMac trying to make the outplay happen, survives the bomb, but now they're stuck in the outcome. Quasty still has the reset, jumps on forward for the shutdown, and just Goomba stomps him for a second. They overstay their welcome, and now Tristana's rocking with 4 kills.
Yeah, I mean, that play was so good bot lane, but they just overstayed and probably underestimating how much damage that Buhmbo could take. He has tabbies, he has the Triforce as well. And that's got to feel pretty bad.
Now gives Tristana time on this tower with the Herald. So that will be a nice tower take. Their first tower was taken by Camper in the top side earlier, but still not. Now this Tristana feels very good about her state in the game once again. Pretty close to cashing out that call and getting that Infinity Edge. She does just that. And so 2 items now available for the AD carries. Still 1 item across the board for most other members. We'll see now both bot lanes move out to the mid lane now that they've done a lot of wreckage down on the bot side. FaZe covering a bit for his Syndras. Buhmbo's going to be found out on these Raptors and is forced to use a Cyclone, but Envy is around. Wukong trying to get something going here with Cyclone. Envy is now down very low, able to flash away from that solar flare and get the kill over to Capilot. Bit of an overstep by Buhmbo trying to invade for some Raptors. Felt like he was strong with that Triforce spike up against the Pantheon, but the reinforcements more than enough for LMA to get the upper hand and now push through in this mid lane.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
Tower points? A dead Wukong.
Word.
And
okay.
that about does it.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, cool.
We do now have 30 seconds for this dragon. Any decisions you're looking at for both these teams?
I'm looking at Nightstorm walking into mid lane right now. Maybe looking for some aggressive stance. They're going to see him on the Vision Ward, though. But looks like Buhmbo Oral Farmers does have control of that bot river. 15 seconds ahead. FaZe might be in a little bit of trouble here, though.
Yeah, but now FaZe has that Eclipse, but it's going to run out. So he's forced to flash before the major objective again. Needs some Honey Fruit to get his HP to a fine standing. Nightstone here first. It's going to be mid lane priority for LMA, but now here comes the Malphite in onto just the Seraphine. They blow up that enemy support. Buhmbo not able to find much on the backline with this Cyclone, and he's going to be taken down, you have to believe, by Capilot. FaZe now looking for an engagement, but he's all on his lonesome on the front lines. LMA coming out on top. The monster shot back doesn't get the bomb explosion he was looking for.
Camper does have that CP, and so does Envy. Capalot kind of just playing the edge here, playing the space, kind of baiting them in. But Nightstawn's ulti wasn't very good, but it does make it so that Curse of Dragons didn't have enough tenacity or like any time to actually burn his ulti. So despite that, the fight went pretty good for LilMacAttackers.
And I mean, Dragon is up, so are we just gonna do it again? I mean, like Capelon and Curse and Camper, they're back to the scene of the crime. Zero.
I don't think they can do it again.
In the top lane.
I don't think they can do it again. This is going over to the LilMacAttackers.
Back for round 2, and they are the only participants, so they win by default. They'll claim that dragon. Envy is up in the top side to
nice dodge by Envy.
Stifle Zero, as Envy is now trying to go in the front foot with the Chaos Storm after evading the scatter. But there are 3 members up here for the side of the Buhmbo Ore Farmers. There's going to be the CC from FaZe into the scatter, and some unleashed power gives the shutdown over to Buhmbo, and Capalot, he arrives to a corpse of his mid laner, unfortunately, as now he's going to be chased on in by another Cyclone from Buhmbo. Scatter does connect, and Capalot is going to be shut down. FaZe even staying alive against the tower, and Buhmbo should do the same. So, very positive play for BAF.
I feel like that was a little bit of an overstep by Envy and Capalot as well. He kind of had to try and save his top laner, or mid laner rather. But all the vision was bot side. They just made that dragon play. I feel like the very logical next step for Buhmbo Ore Farmers was to make that top play, and that's what they did.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. They get some of that gold onto their Syndra to buy an interesting item. Take it away.
That is something we've seen before. So there is a player called Strumpest in the tier 2 scene and the solo queue scene. So he does like this item quite a bit on Syndra. Plays the space really well, or in his words, he likes to. He feels like he has his E. His E having more uptime buys him a lot more team fight power, and he also has the move speed from the Storm Surge, and obviously the tier 2 boost to kind of just play his space and keep throwing those QEs to make sure his team can follow up. So Zero Domain, we're gonna see what he can do with these 2 items, and I think it's pretty strong. I think the idea is good. I feel like Syndra doesn't necessarily need all that damage if he has damage around him, and I feel like the Tristana, the Wukong, could be enough.
Okay, I'm bought in. We'll see how this 9-second CDE works out here for Zero Domain. They weren't able to find that scatter onto Curse, and LilMac and Curse now just getting back to work here. In the mid lane, it is 3 items now on Quast. He's been, like you said, ahead on the Tristana, farming through towers. So it does feel like a very strong point in the game here for the Buhmbo Ore Farmers if they can force any kind of fight around their AD carry.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I feel like the main pressure point right now is for LilMacAttack to get that IE. I feel like once he gets that, he's going to be massive. Obviously, probably not going to melt Nightstawn too much, but Envy does have quite a bit of damage on his end as well. 30 CS up on Zero Domain, and does have 2.5 items. Given that Storm Surge and Imperial Mandate are pretty cheap items, but still pretty good.
And Camper hoping to feel better about his 1v1 as Nightstawn. He had a bit of a garage sale going earlier on. Still not quite there with the Frozen Heart pickup just yet, as Quasty should be able to drop this mid lane tower. That's all outer towers taken now for the side of BAF, and a 2k gold lead for their Yordle Gunner.
Yep. And I think Quasty is doing exactly what he's required to on this champion. He's playing very aggressively. He's making sure that he's buffering these Ashe ultis. Maybe the cleanse was even preemptive, but it did force a TP out from Nightstawn, so maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Quasty knowing he was safe. The Nightstawn ever the Samaritan to try and
Yeah,
help
that's what
out
you
his
got to do,
ADC.
Malphite. You got to be ready at a moment's notice. You know, your lane doesn't matter. It's not going to be fun for a while, no matter what. So we'll see if they can leverage that lost TP in any way on the side of LMA, but for now, Buhmbo goes back to the Raptors and are able to take those away. But now the Charm comes through only onto the Wukong, so Buhmbo is able to clone safe now. Camper looking for access on the backline. Quasti able to jump away, and now the Aatrox is stunned up but not dead. Three-man Malphite ult is big from Nightstone to try to turn the fight back around. Camper's gonna drop, and now Quasti's looking for resets. But the Seraphine beat drop stuffs the remaining engage, but still, 1 kill for BAF.
Yeah, and I think Nightstone was very patient with that ulti. Didn't just pop it immediately. Made sure that his team was in a good position. And I feel like Kapalot and LilMacAttack kind of funneled in to the same spot where the Malphite ulti was just the most valuable. They were all focused on that one little raptor bush. And while Nightstone went one way and the rest of his team went the other way, he was able to turn around, and they were able to play 2 angles into that little choke.
The reward for the side of BAF will be their second dragon of the game. And so now both teams with 2 dragons and a pretty even state here. 27 minutes in, just about a 2k gold lead for the side of BAF. But I do want to go back to what you were saying about Quasti kind of being the main character of this game. That has not been a frequent occurrence for BAF. I think Quasti has been more than willing to kind of take a back seat, play the APCs, and let FaZe go about the map. Play things like the Senna that are going to be more supportive. But in this game, more than happy to have the keys here, have this lead on the Tristana, and showing that he can make some good stuff happen. All he has to do is, like, he has the tools with the rocket jump, with the buster shot to get this get this Pantheon off him, get this Aatrox off of him, and continue firing out damage. And like you said, with the Syndra going for kind of a build like this Mandate, with them last picking something like a Malphite, his teammates definitely have faith that this Tristana will be bringing them to the promised land.
Yeah, and like I said in Champ Select, this team, they have a lot of trust in each other. I feel like Zero Domain doesn't have to be the main guy every single time. They know they don't have to place all their eggs in one basket every single game. Quasti has shown time and time again that he is a good player, even on these APCs. He played that Tristana into Youngjae as well. They were able to come out on top in that game. And that just goes to show like how much confidence this team has in each other to be able to pull it out in a game like this as well.
We will for now have both teams just trading out vision around this Baron. And doesn't seem like either team is too willing to pull the trigger. All of them thinking like, oh no, we've got the team fight comp. We've got the Seraphine ult. We've got the Malphite ult. We're good for the 5-on-5. Let's just wait. Let's just wait it out. See if we can find any picks here as Kapalot clears out his jungle. And maybe we have an invade on the blue buff.
Yep, and I think at this point, there's just too much pressure on this top side for them to kind of walk in and do anything. They do have a lot of Baron push. No TP on the Syndra. Envy does have that TP and is playing the side lane. They know that all 5 members are on the top side of the map, but looking like they're going to try and reclaim the bot side. Envy might need to be a little bit careful here. Does back up just in time with the intel from his team. I think at this point, Curse of Dragons needs to take the initiative and try to get vision. Kapalot is looking for something sneaky, though, in this bottom mid line bush. But I feel like he really should be on the top side, trying to contest this vision. Looks like they might play the 2v2 down on the bot lane. Wukong is here to try and look onto Envy as well. Stun goes wide. Buhmbo is seen from that scrying orb, but Envy's still playing very aggressive. Buhmbo has that flash. Looks like nothing there. Kapalot's going to claim this scuttle.
So a bit of pressure drawn, we can say, getting that Wukong to reveal. Now Curse and Kapalot able to move in, take some vision out here in this Baron area.
Yeah, and I think Envy is doing a great job really just buying pressure and playing the space. I think he's pulling the Wukong into that kind of situation where Buhmbo is looking for something, thinking it's going to be there, but Envy is just backing up a perfect amount. You want to pick up that scuttle. So obviously, yeah, like you said, trading that Baron Vision over and over again. But this dragon, this sole point for both teams is coming up in just a minute.
We do have 4 items on Quasti now on that Tristana. Anything major you're looking at from either side as we approach this pivotal dragon?
I think LDR not being finished on LilMacAttack could be pretty crucial. Tristana does have those 4 items readily available for her, but he might have some trouble melting into this Malphite. But Zero Domain looks like he could be in trouble here as Envy's going to get stunned up.
And both junglers are around, and now TP's gonna use, but Buhmbo just taking so much damage in response, trying to flash and Trickster away. The burn from Blackfire isn't gonna take him down. Caplot evades the stun. Nightstun now arrives with the TP. Caplot taking a lot of damage. Ash Arrow is only gonna hit onto the Tristana. Quast trying to set up shop here. They get the GA onto the Pantheon. Now Camper trying to spread his wings with the World Ender, but Nightstun is just trying to zone away LilMac. They engage with Caplot. Camper now finds the backline. Quast, he's in trouble. The Infernal Chain throws drag him back. He's flashing away, but he still dies to the Aatrox. And now Zero Domain, the only member left here. Kurt's trying to flash on forward, but gets stuffed by the scatter. It's a 1 fight for LMA, but they are too low to immediately go for the dragon.
Yeah, but Buhmbo is not low, so he will be looking for this. Caplot does have that ulti, and even pops out of base lower HP than he could have been to try and contest this, but it might be very, very hard considering he has no other members with him. No TP available. Envy does have that TP, opts not to use it actually.
He's gonna send it on in. Scatter's gonna hit, but he steals it. Caplot's gonna come out in the smite fight on top, and now may look for Zero Domain and the cherry on top. Flash away from the Syndra. He's still gonna go down as LilMac now joins the fray, and that will be 2 quick kills. Enemy jungler down as LilMac picks up a double.
What a clutch play from the MVP, Mr. Caplot himself. What a play. Envy opted not to use that TP. I feel like he could have maybe looked on that Tribush a little bit earlier to try and play with Caplot, but obviously Caplot going in a little bit blind there, kind of had to ulti at the same time that the Hawk Shot was going onto that dragon and was able to just claim it right under their noses. Very well played by them.
I mean, Pantheon and Wukong, they both have tools where, like, Pantheon has the empowered Q, Wukong has his Triforce Q that they like to combo with the smites to always stilt it in their favor. Big stuff from Caplot to be able to come out on top in that one. Make sure that they are the ones that can dictate for the next dragon, where they can maybe look for other options instead of having to go there to deny soul.
Yep, and I think that's gotta make them feel very comfortable in this game so far, knowing they have that soul point. They can afford to even give another dragon, and just gives them more time to scale. Ash didn't have that LDR completed, but now is going to be pumping, even with the amount of armor that Nightstone has built for himself. I feel like has to feel pretty good. I want to talk a little bit about that fight down in the bot lane. I feel like Camper found a crucial pick onto Quasti and was able to pull the Syndra away from the team fight.
But now Nightstone going to pull the trigger. They've isolated the Ash, an immediate kill for the Tristana. Now Envy trying to get away, but FaZe hits the Zenith Blade, and resets are coming in for the Tristana. They want to make this a major win. The Encore isn't going to do much. The Beat Drop's going to do even less. And now Quasti is on a killing spree.
I mean, absolute disaster. Nobody was there with LilMacAttack. Nightstone was able to just sneak up on him, having that mid push as well. LilMacAttack kind of just autopilot back to mid lane. They would have been find a big pick there, knowing LilMacAttack didn't have flash. That's Baron.
That's the strength we wanted from this Malphite of saying, hey, yeah, I'm going to go down. Yeah, I'm not going to have the side lane presence. But when your carries are missing their summoners on the back of a big fight, I'm going to be the one to pull the trigger. I'm going to set up my Tristana for an easy reset and an easy fight. When they blow up LilMac, they get the Baron, and now they have a 4K gold lead.
Yeah, and we'll see what they want to do with this one. They do have that top vision in there to begin with, but it looks like they're all going to play the bot side of the map. Would like to see a 4-1 here with the Malphite kind of pushing mid with that Baron. But it looks like Camper on duty might be the next one on the block.
It's just the tanks facing him for now. He's going to get some CC down as Buhmbo is going to isolate Curse here around the red buff. Arrow's going to fly in, but Buhmbo is able to get the last blow before being taken out himself. Capalot is going to stand tall against the scatter. So it's 1-for-1 jungler for support, but the siege can go on. Nightstone finds the angle, and now Quassy to jump on it. Good Zonia's out of envy as LilMac trying to pump out the damage to range of focus. He's hit away. Quassy down with the Guardian Angel, but now Zero Domain is looking to get the damage. He gets a triple kill here on his Syndra. And so it will just be LilMac alive. He will not get reinforcements for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, yet again, repositioning from the carries. It just cost them yet again. I feel like they could have just given that T2. They had the 1-for-1 win. Support for jungle, I feel like that was very worth for them. But that might have just costed them the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4-man siege here. Curse is going to respawn, has the Encore, going to look for it, finds two, but the scatter, the solar flare is too much. The lights are too bright in game number 1. The Leona is going to help set up a second kill, and game 1 goes to the Buhmbo Aura Farmers.
Pretty back and forth game, well played by both sides, but yet again, Buhmbo Aura Farmers comes back on top for a game 1 win. I mean, they just look so scary. I mean, like, it's not just one person. Like I said, it's so many people. Whereas, like, on the other side, I feel like, yeah, there's shining members on either side, of course. Camper does his thing. LilMacAttack was looking very, very scary in that game. But it does feel like Capalot is kind of taking over and making sure that his team kind of gets ahead. But on the other side, I feel like there's just Nightstone just pulls just these amazing Malphite ultis. Zero Domain just kind of holds his own. There's a lot of hiccups in the mid lane because of how much pressure was given to him. But in the bot lane, Quassy was just able to capitalize off that Tristana so well and just play so aggressively on the Tristana, bait out so many Ashe ultis, so many engages with that W, with that cleanse. And I feel like very, very well played from Buhmbo Aura Farmers.
So done by them. We'll step away for a second before game number 2. See if the LilMacAttackers can even up the series.
We'll be right back. And we're back. Ready for game number 2. We'll get into draft pretty shortly. But Shiv, what are your thoughts going into this game? What do you think both teams have to do in order to come out on top for this game 2?
I mean, it's a difficult one, right? Because I think if you're the side of LilMacAttackers, you're like, okay, we have the MVP in Capital. Let's make sure we build the ship around him, make sure he's set up to carry some of these games. But it's a bit difficult when there's 3 bans in phase 1 all aimed at him, and when his Pantheon has already been tried and tested there in game number 1. Still definitely some picks that we can see him pull out, but not ones you really kind of like build the ship around. Like, I guess Viego is up here in game number 1. I'm not the biggest fan of Viego, even if Caplet did have a pretty big pop-off game with it earlier in the tournament. And they'll be on red side, so we'll see how that dictates out. The Braum ban is an interesting change from, oh no, same as game number 1. So does feel like LMA wants to make sure that they can actually, they're not gonna get the Viego. That is instantly picked by
On
BAF.
the other hand, I don't love the Viego B1 either for Buhmbo, but it feels like they do want to take something away, and Viego seems to be the answer for them. But despite that, I feel like there's just so many things LilMacAttackers can play in order to kind of set up their jungler for success. Do you see that Zaya for LilMacAttack early? So probably something that kind of wants to pull them in to their team.
Zaya, kind of that notorious champion for being so good against divers, where you let everyone start the fight on you, you feather storm, you get your feathers set up and rip them back. Good
Oh
into
my
Viego does
goodness.
feel like we would have need to see a bit more, but it's gonna be the Graves here for Buhmbo.
For Buhmbo.
Oh, wait. For Capilot. Losing my mind.
Kapalot's Graves. Something I don't think we've seen this tournament, and I don't think I've seen this champion piloted by him quite not as much, not nearly as much as the champions obviously they're banning away. Very exciting stuff as we're gonna see the patented Senna out of Quasti. So no more ADC, no more traditional ADCs at least. They're gonna pick up that Senna and the Casio early 4-0 domain as well.
Casio has been a champion, I think. Zero Domain is like pretty much his second best after the Syndra. Yeah, he hasn't played it a ton, but he has been very good on this champ. Is similar to the Zaya, where you're kind of just like letting people start the fight on you, using your R and W to then control space, kite
The
it
no
out.
ban. That's not allowed.
It's a
The no ban.
a
Looks like it is an Akali. We will probably see that very, very soon as they enter the second ban phase. But yeah, as you were saying, does buy a lot of space. And for a team that just picked up Zaya Graves, some pretty short range range champions, I would like to say, does feel not bad. Does feel not bad. But yeah, that
I guess,
Akali
how do
does
you
get
feel
picked
about
up.
the Akali as a response?
I think this is a skill matchup. Personally, I don't play either of these champions, but from what I've seen in pro play and some other high elo players play this matchup, I feel like Akali definitely has to kind of wait for that 6 as she does for most matchups, as Casio kind of takes has a free lane up until 6. I feel like, as long as she doesn't do anything like really stupid. Not a lot of CC threat in the early game as well with this Graves. So Casio will kind of have push, and I feel like in this kind of matchup, Diego's also going to have the opportunity to kind of invade the Graves, who really suffers from getting his camps taken away. Does just champ kind of just tries to lawnmower his camps over and over again, and then he comes out of the jungle very, very strong with a couple items, and he starts one shotting your team.
All right, so that's an interesting pickup there for Curse. We're getting a lot of hands check, farm, and then pop off champions from the side of LMA, but no real consistent CC from anyone, as it's going to be the Pike down there in the bot lane.
Yeah, I feel like a hook champ does kind of make sense here. I would have kind of liked to see something like the Blitzcrank. I mean, they did ban away that Morgana. I feel like that was maybe the logical next choice. But seems like Curse of Dragons is going to pick up his Pike, something that he does feel very comfortable on, along with like Thresh and Blitz. Does like those hook champs quite a bit. But yeah, it seems like they would just want to play it more aggressive in this lane. Pike, obviously, someone who does have that more of a roam threat than Blitz does as well, and might try to get Akali involved and Graves involved a little bit early um, with just his champ. It seems like they're gonna pick up that counter pick with that Poppy. So something I actually
Okay.
really like here into the Akali Pike. I feel like something they should have banned away, and I feel like this is something that they should have honestly known that FaZe does play, and has played quite a bit.
Yeah, Poppy, one of those champs that has had a lot of presence in pro play to start off the summer splits across multiple regions. Haven't seen a ton in DMV because, like, oh, all she does is just prevent the enemy team comp from playing. That can't be that good. It is quite good here. There's not too much they can do to kind of like overwhelm the Poppy and make it so that if she stops one thing, then there's like another thing that's you have to worry about. Really, her like main concern is probably going to be the Akali, unless this pipe it gets very far ahead. So yeah, definitely really like that pick for FaZe. But the Yorick is going to be the solution here for Camper up against another weak side tank for Nightstone.
Yeah, and I feel like I really like this adaptation that they made. I feel like Buhmbo Oral Farmers, I think their team comp identity is pretty clear. They clearly want a 5v5. They want to give Viego those resets, and York is just someone who's like, I don't care about all that. I'm just gonna side lane until you guys lose the game. Pretty much is gonna be the entire game. And I feel like Yorick is just someone who just commands so much side lane presence. And Ornn can't really deal with him later in the game either. Um, and I feel like that's just the name of the game. They don't really have much in the way of dealing with the side lane threat. Sorry about that. Um, yeah, they don't have much in dealing with the side lane threat of the York. Like obviously Cassio can deal with them a little bit, but then you might have to weak side the Cassio as York is probably going to have everyone play away from him. But yeah, it does seem very very hard for them to 5v5. So we're gonna probably see LilMacAttackers kind of play attack sides in this game rather than play the 5v5.
So their answer to the test of game number one is we would like to take a different subject. We're switching out, we're dropping team fighting, we're changing our major to side laning here with the Yorick and the Akali. Makes me kind of question the Xayah first, because I feel like none of these champions really help Xayah do what she wants to do. So we'll see how LilMac can do here
Yep.
on that bird bot laner. But yeah, I think we have those two kind of distinct identities for both sides. Robust CC, front to back for BAF, and we hope to cave you into the side lane and make sure that there's no soul on the menu that we have to deny for LMA.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they can secure dragons through winning the side lane, but yeah, I think Akali York definitely side lane threats. They're I feel like either team doesn't really want to be caught alone with either of them on the other side. But yeah, we'll just have to see how they can adapt in this game number 2. We're gonna take a short break. We'll be right back for the start of the game. All right, and this is game number 2. Buhmbo Oral Farmers versus LilMacAttackers. Buhmbo Oral Farmers obviously up 1-0 in this grand finals, looking to make that 2-0.
And the Buhmbo Oral Farmers definitely securing a lot of the champions they have liked to play throughout this DMV. The Senna Poppy bot lane here, the Cassio for zero domain, Nightstone on a tank, but then on the side of LMA, going for a very different style. You know, this is something, I mean, we talk about Envy coming in for Burrito Bear. This is something they have never done. They have never put a kind of side lane assassin in the mid lane. It's always been control mages for Burrito Bear, just slotting into what the team needs him to do. But we have Capital actually looping in for an early gank onto zero domain. Exhaust is going to get dropped, as Envy needs to think the better of this one, as Twin Fang's almost doing him in. Still just level 1 on that decline. Now FaZe actually
goodness,
gonna get caught up by the Bone Skewer and first blood to the Pike.
Yeah, Envy did have to flash on the tail end of that, but zero domain kind of used all his mana. I'm not sure if Envy actually had to flash there, but I mean, this is just something I was not expecting Capilot to do, considering he didn't have an CC to kind of lock down zero domain. Curse of Dragon is looking to just be annoying
and Curse
here.
gonna flash with the undertow and find his second target 2 minutes into the game. FaZe is here, but he's only level 1. I think Pike's gonna get out with that one scot-free.
And he's looking mid now. He's all over the map.
Yeah, now gonna Phantom Undertow forward. Isn't quite gonna find the abilities there. It does clear a path for Envy to just get some greater freedom. As okay, the Orn is now getting to work. We're not taking long to get some action here in game number 1 already.
I was like, hey, camera, can you pan over to the mid lane? Like, I don't really want to watch York versus Orn. But clearly the camera knew something I didn't. And we did see a solo kill for Nightstone in a matchup he's not really expected to win this early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, fighter, tank, assassin, warlock, Orn strikes again here as Nightstone is able to claim that one.
Yep, but I mean, Curse of Dragon's just causing so much chaos. Obviously, we had some doubts for the Pike, considering, I mean, it is into the Poppy as well, something that is traditionally a counter, but just doing so well so far. Does find another hook here for a trade onto Quasti. But we'll see what else he can do, giving this much presence. I mean, I feel like losing those Raptors for Buhmbo was also really bad. For his
He's not able to find the wall bang and has to flash the undertow. Yeah, jungle's a bit scrambled here with both teams getting an early invade to try to split the map, but then immediately going mid to try to cause havoc. So Capilot more than happy with how all that weird pathing has reached out for both sides, as he'll be able to just restart his clear up on
this is amazing for Capilot. His camps are fine synced. I think Buhmbo has to take a little bit of a weird path in this game just because of that that kind of early game shenanigans that happened. They did think that they would, you know, kind of get that Cassio mid-prior early. But it seems like that's not really the case. Envy doing pretty well for himself, and the curse.
No, Camper's getting low again here in the top lane.
Nightstone
needs another brittle proc and an E clap. 2 solo kills for the Ram.
That's not good.
For analysis, you can't get it anywhere else.
That's not good. Yeah, for a team who definitely does want to be playing side lane this game, it is very, very rough for Orn to get those early kills, especially since a lot of their damage is coming from those AD sources. Obviously, Akali's an assassin, doesn't have that mage DPS, and I feel like Orn can just kind of free stack armor and not have to worry about too much this game.
We do see Capilot getting an invade off here with the scrambled pathing that Buhmbo has had to do, able to get that Gromp, and a very nice lead for Capilot, who, you know, he took 3 champ bans, and then the enemy team immediately picking away his next pick on B1. And so he pulled out the Graves that, like we said, hasn't played a ton. or at all, rather, this DMV. And so far is in just the spot he needs to be. Camper, now with that level 6, able to push in the wave as the Maiden at his beck and call. But the happening play still seems to be the mid lane. Both supports refusing to get any EXP from the bot lane as they are just making sure that the Cassio Akali goes fine enough for Envy and on the front foot for Zero Domain.
Yep, kind of just trading a little bit here. Zero Domain obviously getting the better of these trades with that range advantage. Envy just going in.
Shuriken hits the minion. There's Exhaust Flash. Gaze evades the Bone Skewer. And now Envy's going to be caught out by Buhmbo. Has the perfect execution, but he's still dropped by Zero Domain, who's now looking for more. They have a reset, but Kali's not going to be able to get in range for anything more.
Yeah, Envy just couldn't react in time for Buhmbo to flash over that wall with that W charge. Had that R2 available and also did not have that flash, but did have that R2 available for quite a while and probably could have escaped, but he's definitely looking for that Zero Domain kill.
There's been so much focus around the mid lane. You talked about how this is going to be a free lane for Cassio pre-6. You see it in a near 20 CS lead, and that's why we've been seeing all this attention from the side of LMA. As the old that thought is Curse is going to find a Bone Skewer, but Faye's able to tackle him back to relative safety. Yeah, even with everyone and their mother trying to make their way into the mid lane, it is Zero Domain with that early lead.
Yeah, so Nightstorm does have that 2-kill advantage, but as long as Camper has this Maiden, I feel like he can win out. So Nightstorm does really need to prioritize that Maiden. But Camper going to get a reset off with the amount he's pushing with that Maiden threat. Looks like they're going to pick up this Dragon here, though. Does look pretty safe. They do have that bot prio, courtesy of Curse of Dragons and how much he's been kind of being a menace. That being said, pretty even early game, all things considered, because Kapala just has that huge CS lead in the jungle.
Definitely like to see that early Dragon for the side of LMA. Means they won't be drawn to any early soul fights. They can try to chill in the side lanes and not be forced into any bad 5-on-5s. They can play more on their terms, as Envy is trying to find better terms in the mid lane. As the Shroud, but the poison hits again with a Noxious Blast. Zero Domain needs some more damage. And Envy's able to turn it around. Even the Dawning Shadow cannot come to his rescue, as Envy stepping up as the super sub.
Didn't even burn that flash, just had the confidence to have enough damage to be able to kill him. Man, I feel like he took so much damage there, was falling very, very low, but Zero Domain also did not burn that ulti. I feel like he did have it. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it was really well played by the sub.
Oh, now Curse might be overstepping their bounds here.
Has the flash available.
Buhmbo is not going to be able to catch him. So in that mist, Curse is going to be able to get away as his team goes over to the Groves.
And again, yeah, I mean, obviously Zero Domain is 20 CS up. But Envy is just trying to get as much CS as he can, XP as he can, but the name of the game for him is definitely to try and get some kills, and that kill is going to help him a lot in getting ahead in this game.
Oh, nice root caller from LilMac. Now going to go aggressive with the Featherstorm Flash for Flash. That should be enough space for Questy.
Yep. We'll play by LilMacAttack to try and look for that play. I feel like was very heads up, but yeah, again, this matchup isn't that fun if you don't have ulti as a Kali.
Yeah, but I mean, Graves doesn't really want to intervene. He wants to be doing his own thing, building his CS lead. Says, all right, bud, hang in there.
Yep.
I will, I'll send a postcard at Christmas.
Pretty much. Pretty much. He is a deadbeat in this game.
Oh, but Curse
gets a double ult.
is trying to turn around, but the Miasma doing a lot of work. Envy now going to dip back in with the Shuriken. Beautifully done by the Assassin duo. FaZe is there for a return kill, but Zero Domain is skinned once again.
Yeah, and yet again, another kill over to Envy. Not necessarily Envy. I guess it was Curse of Dragons, but it was support for support. but Zero Domain gonna feel the brunt of that since he has to die, and he's gonna lose a wave or two in the mid lane. Camper.
Apple did send his postcard in the form of the collateral damage. It did not net him any.
Yeah, it didn't hit anything. He just you know, just a little show to the enemy team to make sure they know he's not AFK and is farming his camps. As he actually is here. Doesn't have that item quite yet, but it is pretty strong in his own right.
Actually cursed. Now going somewhere he has not been yet. Bone Skewer. Lock him in the ghoulie wall. But Buhmbo is looking for the return kill here on the Viego. Can't quite get it. Needs the railgun of Quasti to secure the shutdown. But now this tower is going to be in a rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, Nightstone did pick up those 2 early kills, but it seems like Camper with that maiden threat has just been able to turn it around.
Hayes is locked in the Yorick wall as well. He doesn't have a way out. And this time, the collateral damage is sending FaZe home. All of a sudden, game feels a lot better for the side of LMA.
All that CS and a couple of kills, couple of KPs under his belt now. So probably gonna see a lot more of the Graves at this point. Considering how strong he is, he probably just wants to repeat invade. I don't think he even wants to do his camps. He's going straight for the scuttle into maybe their bot side. As Curse of Dragons being a menace as always. I feel like Curse of Dragons made a big mistake though, losing all his HP there. Because I feel like Graves really wants to enter into the bot side. Zero Domain might look for soul kill.
Now there's the petrifying gaze, gets him through the shroud. Envy trying to dip back in, but this time Zero Domain has enough damage. There are friends on both sides in the mid lane. Buhmbo is going to converge with the Orn Horn onto Capalot. The Graves was looking for some camps. I don't know if this is where he wants to be. Buhmbo is going to be able to hunt him down and pick up another one for the side of BAF.
That's huge for Buhmbo. He's going to be able to pick up some bot camps as well, but looks like he's just going to opt for that dragon. On the other hand, though, this is really good for Knights or Camper on duty. This is really good for Camper on duty. It's kind of underrated how good this is. His maiden is coming up pretty soon as well, but Camper doesn't even need it to kind of like bop Nightstone over the head with his shovel. Again, like I said, that side lane threat is just going to grow and grow as long as Camper on duty gets stronger.
Quasti not going to evade the Bone Skewer. Nicely done by Curse. And now Envy is here to reap the rewards. So even though it was that fight looking good in the mid lane, getting the dragon, it is going to be LMA opening up the side lanes just as they would like.
That Pittsburgh synergy showing up in the form of Curse of Dragons and Envy.
Oh, and now they're going to go for it again. Almost into the Shuriken and immediately drop. FaZe is in the area. They see the outline of Envy, but the Shroud means they can't really do much. The Noxious Blast is going to connect, so Zero is going to try to just chase this one in. Eventually, the Shuriken flip to get Envy to safety. And nothing more doing. LilMac with that free time. Now get to work on the mid tower.
FaZe was really scared of Envy shurikening over the wall, but he didn't have it because he just used it on Buhmbo to kill him. Probably a little bit of miscommunication there as Zero Domain going to pick up a few plates as Envy kind of returns from base. FaZe is still in the area.
Maybe playing with a bit of fire, poison, whatever you want to say, gives over a solo kill and a bit too easy for Zero Domain.
Too easy. I feel like, yeah, at this point, they really need to minimize how many mistakes they're making. They're already in the driver's seat. Almost 2k gold ahead as Zero Domain. Envy is the R2 enough.
He's ping-ponging all over the place, just as planned. Meanwhile, Quasti able to evade the root caller. And now LilMac without his flash, without his ult. That is not the play you need to make in this state of the game, gifting over a kill.
Yeah, uncharacteristic of Zero Domain, I feel like, in these two games has been a little bit outperformed by Envy, considering their rank difference. Envy obviously playing very, very well on the Sakali.
Curse is going to look for the flashy play in mid lane. Quasti, though, should just try to walk this one out, flashing the death from below, but collateral damage is there for Cathalot to cash in. Now top side, it's going to be Maiden summoned up, but Nightstone is more than healthy to just walk this one off. Curse might be looking for another play in mid, lanes a bone skewer, but FaZe should still be able to try to hold this wave.
Capelot now silently 50 CS up ahead. Gonna pick up this next objective as well. We haven't really seen much of him, like I said, but he's gonna come out of the jungle with like 2 or 3 items and just be an absolute menace. Obviously, camper on duty, finding this side lane presence and being able to pick up the objectives with his team with that. Envy has to be a little bit careful knowing his weak side.
Oh, but the wall slam doesn't get the stun. Miasma keeps him grounded, but Envy is able to find the pocket to flash and get out to safety.
So well played by him. I would like to see them try to blow up this mid tower here, considering how much presence they have. Quasti might be in a little bit of trouble, but it looks like he's just walking out.
Yeah, but actually, Envy tried something. We'll leave it to your imagination to figure out what. All we know is he gave over a good sack of gold to the Casio.
Yeah. Like I said, I think they just need to really just play.
Oh, his Nightstone gets a lot of brittle procs onto Curse of Dragons, who was looking to keep the momentum going. As now Capelot's going to be wall slammed here by FaZe with the Reckless Charge. Now Zero Domain's up here. They land the Keeper's Verdict onto just one, but that is more than enough for Nightstone to come in.
The Pittsburgh duo giveth and they taketh away. As Envy and Curse of Dragons kind of lead a little bit there. But I feel like, yeah, they're playing the side lane very, very well. They just need to respect the timers that these teams can teamfight on. And Envy really should have given that tier 1 away to make sure that his team could win on the other side of the map. But that gave them an opportunity to kind of reset and look on the top side as well. Curse of Dragons did play more aggressively than he should, knowing that they were reset and coming back onto the map. Dragon now up in 15 seconds about. They're going to try to retake control over here, but they don't have any lane prow.
Zero pushing out that bottom lane, as that's going to be where BAF look to enter from and set up shop in this rush. But Herald summoned up by Capelot. Is going to go to the lane, so not a battle Herald situation, but it is going to still be a 5-on-5 brawl. Miasma going to buy some space here as Bone Skewer's Nightstone easily shrugged off.
So
now
hard
Capelot
to walk
just
in.
dashing into the pit, but he's not able to find the smite. Now it's going to be Nightstone just being a brick wall on the front side. Envy's going to look for his angle, looking for the assassination on the Quasti. He has Shuriken, but meanwhile the Ornhorn is going to sound off a 3-man knockup for the real carry of Nightstone. They assassinate Capelot, and now it's LilMac that has to scramble and flee. It's Curse finding a good death from below in recompense, as Envy is trying to find something. He'll get 1 kill. And Zero doesn't have enough damage. It's gonna flash for it though. And another set of Twin Fangs will be Envy's demise. It is gonna be a 3 for 2 and the Dragon favoring the side of the Buhmbo Aura Farm.
I really think they should have given this one. I mean, it was just so hard for them to walk in, given the amount of pressure in the river they already had, the amount of control they had. And like I said, this team comp, it really doesn't like team fighting. This Yorick is just so useless. Didn't even have that Maiden. But look how strong he is on the side lane in that 1v1. And Nightstone, you know, is playing Ornn, which really shines in a team fight scenario like that. Was able to just kind of face tank the entire team of LilMacAttackers and buy his team so much space. Quasti didn't even die on the back end. I think maybe he did actually. Did he die to Envy? I'm not 100% sure, but they were able to just buy so much time. And Capelot wasn't even able to do anything in that fight. Kind of just died to Buhmbo. Wasn't able to get the dragon either. So they really need to rethink their game plan going into this, I feel like.
Yeah, all the farm that Capelot has accumulated on this grave doesn't mean much if he's not able to find an angle to fight, because they're just kind of chucking bone skewers in when they don't have the space, and Ornn will gladly take those. Means that not much that the Ornn, excuse me, for the Graves and Xayah to do in that fight. Is still very even in gold. Some of it is definitely fraudulent. You know, we don't care about a 1k gold lead on the Pike more or less. As Camper is, again, just going to try to get to work in this side wave, but it's actually Curse overstepping topside, found out by FaZe. As we're going to continue to see Nightstone go aggressive, looking for the Ornhorn. Is going to connect the knockups. Another Brittle as Camper is running out of options. And there's a third clap for a third solo kill for Nightstone.
6-1 on this Ornn now. Someone who's known to play quite a bit of carries in this DMV thus far, picking Malphite and Ornn and absolutely just tearing shit apart. What a play by Nightstone on that bot side.
Curse is going to look for an angle here with the Phantom Undertow. Flash for Flash is going to get traded out, but Bone Skewered is there. Questy going to try to walk this one off. Nice ejection, and the Dawning Shadow Shield buys just enough HP. Nightstone even arrives on in for some moral support as Curse is sent packing and Questy stays alive.
Yep. Curse of Dragons, what a phenomenal performance he had in this early game, but has just been dying on repeat on this Pyke. Not really be able to find the space that he wants. And I feel like credit to Buhmbo Aura Farmers for just really finding the angles to punish this Pyke, even though it was so ahead in the early game. I feel like they just adapted really, really well. FaZe obviously didn't have the best early game, but is playing very, very well now around this team. Again, they just need to attack side. I feel like they can't win the 5v5. And I feel like if Camper, you know, I mean, at this point, he can't really beat the Ornn. He has that cleaver available, but I feel like in this point in time, Envy might be the lane to play for. Obviously, LilMacAttackers is just kind of there for moral support at this point. Not going to be that strong unless he gets a few shutdowns. Is not even opting for that IE third item, is looking for that LDR instead, considering he just does no damage into that Ornn at this point.
That's been fantastic stuff from Nightstone. Envy does finally pick up a second item here, despite the plays that he's been able to make alongside Curse in that early game to find kills onto Zero Domain. Zero Domain now has 4 items that all help him in some way against the Akali, whether it's the Seraph Shield, the Roa health, the Rylai's health, the Boots Shield. So I feel like Zero is definitely in a very solid spot here in the side lane, and they're in a solid fight for this fight as they have the Ornhorn and Dawning Shadow on the cap. Is going to flash away now the flank from Zero Domain, a 3-man petrifying gaze, and all those people turned to stone will be shattered. It is a 3-for-0 with Baron and Dragon on the table.
Not good, not good. I mean, what a flank by Zero Domain there. Finding the angle, set that one up. Even though they're this far ahead at this point, you know, it just seems like they're just finding all the right plays with their team. And I feel like, you know, it just seems so easy for them to just play so coordinated with each other, and they just know the exact right plays to call. Find those team fight victories. Obviously, Capelot, you know, he has so much gold under his belt with that 50 CS lead, but he's going that bruiser build. You know, he doesn't have all that much damage to kind of one-shot any of the enemy carries. So at this point, there's just not a lot of damage for them to even be playing side lane at this point. They have to kind of hope they walk into them. Someone maybe ints, but who can they even kill? Cassio is just so tanky at this point, has triple HP items. Well, I guess double, but the Seraphs, I guess, counts as a triple HP item. Buhmbo has that shield bow completed, that Masterwork shield bow. Nightstone, yeah, good luck killing that guy.
No, it's going to be another play off the Forge Horn. And
might be in trouble
the
yet again.
Is not going to keep LilMac in the air for as long as he needs. An 8-kill Ornn, as Envy is going to sidestep that petrifying gaze. And has some assistance from Capelot, but Zero Domain actually doing a ton of damage and now has the reinforcements he was waiting for. It's 2 kills to the Viego as the side lanes are going sideways for LMA. Curse is not going to be a very scary Pyke here up against the Baron Siege, and neither will Camper and his maiden.
Yeah. Buhmbo able to get there just in time. Close your domain. That exhaust is doing a lot of work into Envy. I mean, there's just so much threat on this assassin to just not be able to finish her kills. At this point, this might be all she wrote.
Amper is going to hold the fort here in the mid lane. Senna has a lot of range, but doesn't have a lot of tower damage. His phase is going to try to move up, help out the top laners, and spins up that Keeper's Verdict. Trapped in the Ghoulie wall. This might be at least a poppy kill, but no! It's Pike disintegrating on the back line. And another Petrifying Gaze, beautifully done to take out Cap a lot. And Buhmbo's just going to move in with these resets. We were questioning the Viego, but when your team's this far ahead, you're getting resets after resets. Envy is left alone, and he's going to be cleaned up shortly after the rest of his team. It's 5 for 1, and BAF now going to move to 2-0.
Yep. That's the game, folks. Pretty anticlimactic, if I must say. I feel like that dragon fight for them was just so poorly executed. They just went into it very underprepared. They weren't able to find what they were looking for, and it was just all downhill from there for them. We're going to take a short break as we head into game number 3.
The early game they wanted with Curse of Dragons.
Sorry. We are back for game number 3, and we head right into the draft as we see a Nocturne on the very first pick for Buhmbo. Any thoughts, Shiv, going into game 3?
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's 4 junglers that Buhmbo are trying to deny from Capalot. We do see the Braum switched out for the Zeri, and so trying to pinch down on the AD pool here for Quasti, and immediately picking up the Unara for LilMac. This has been probably his second best champion behind the Ashe Seraphine duo that they've loved so much this tournament, but gonna have to turn to probably a Unara Lulu combination. Although uh, they have not liked putting curse on enchanters all too much, even with the Unara. So we'll see how this goes and how LMA want to try to start off game 3 right and see if they can get a
Yeah.
reverse sweep.
I don't think they necessarily have to pick up the Inara so early. I feel like we might see, although the Jarvan does kind of dissuade any AP carries, and they do ban away that Zeri away from Quasti. They might still lock up something here. Of the AP variety. It looks like an Orianna early for Zero Domain, something he also loves picking a lot. We're not going to see a Yone this game, it seems like. Maybe saving it for later. I heard some stories that Envy and Zero Domain 1v1 a little bit ahead of this match. And Zero Domain doesn't want to play Yone anymore after that 1v1 sesh. So, yeah, looks like more tanks for Night's Dawn. And yet another control mage for Zero Domain.
It could be Shen support, all things considered. So does feel like they're very much building the ship around that first pick Nocturne. They have the Orianna Nocturne combo that was so prized in pro play. And they have Shen to go in on top of the Nocturne. But the Zillion is coming in for Curse. They did play this with Unara in quarterfinals. I mean, I believe you were up against that. So give us your firsthand experience of looking at this Unara Zillion lane.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine if I feel like it can get out of lane as long as there isn't something oppressive. I don't think Quasti plays champions that are like hyper aggressive. Obviously, the Tristana is already gone. Zeri, one of his comfort picks, already gone. Not too much need for AP carries at this point. They do ban away the Ziggs anyway. But Quasti, I would like to see something, aggressive into the Unara Zillion. It is a very weak lane early. Obviously, Unara does get that push just naturally, but if you play Draven or Callista or something of the sort, would be pretty nice. But regardless, I don't love the Zillion. I think something more disengaged, more frontline for the Unara would have been a little bit better, considering how much dive they have with this Nocturne Shen. Obviously, the idea is that Shen is going to ult onto the Nocturne and kind of have that double threat immediately on one of the carries. Unara obviously has that dash away, and they do pick up another mid lane champ that does have a dash that can kind of avoid the immediate dive threat that the Buhmbo Oral Farmers have drafted. But despite that, still, I think all eyes are on this ADC pick here. It's Caitlyn. So
it is at least an early game focused ADC. Maybe not the kind of all in trying to fight you that we may have wanted out of something like a Callista or out of a Tristana. Definitely has some lane presence. And now we'll see if they want to flex this Shen support. If
I think
there's
they should keep
something
it.
that phase is cooking.
I think they should keep it. I think they should take a very aggressive lane here. A Lux would be very, very nice here, I think. Obviously, not great into the Jarvan, but it is very, very good for their lane. Looks like they're gonna opt for more engage actually with that Rel. So FaZe is gonna pick that up. Another threat to kind of put the ball on and get a nasty shockwave. And yeah, like I said, there's not a lot of disengage on this team. A lot of dive, but not a lot of disengage for LilMacAttackers to kind of let their carries play. Obviously, the Zillion does have that R to kind of buy some time for the front line. But that's going to be the disengage. That's all it is. The Gragas.
It is a camper special blind pick counter pick. He has been a fan of the rabble rouser. That body slam, that cask to separate out these fights. Give the Unara the space she needs when, like you said, that initial dive comes in, when you have the chrono shift, when you have the ability of Yunara to, have her own mobility. So they have some tools here definitely to deal with this comp from the side of BF that's definitely built around having a strong bot lane and then sending it with the Nocturne for those team fights.
Yep. And like I said, I think the Scraggies does have to do a lot of work. I do feel like LilMacAttackers does have the ability to play the game, especially if they can get something happening in the early game to kind of let the Zillion Yunara scale a little bit. Obviously, the Ari Jarvan has a lot of mobility threat into the more immobile Ori Caitlyn. So I think Buhmbo and the rest of the front line is going to have to do a good job of making sure that they're safe. Like maybe Gragas can come on the flank as the same time that they're trying to snap engage, and I feel like that would be really really bad for the more mobile carries. So I think both comps are pretty well rounded. I feel like the Gragas was a very power pick here, um, and I think it could be anyone's game. I think there's not really a comp here that I favor more one or the other. It all just comes down to execution.
Yeah, LilMacAttackers definitely hoping that execution can be up to par. It has not really been thus far as they find themselves down 0-2. See if they can make the start of the reverse sweep as we step away for a short bit.
We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. It's game number 3 here in DMV Finals. Where else would you rather be? Unless you're the side of LilMacAttackers, who would much rather not be down in an 0-2 hole here. And immediate bot lane scuffle leads to Curse blowing the flash.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure how that happened. But that is rather interesting. I feel like Curse of Dragons maybe could have just burned the heal. Maybe they could have fought it out. I have no idea. But despite that, yeah, Curse of Dragons already at a disadvantage considering the immaculate early game he had in the last game. So maybe it'll be like the vice versa. He'll have like a bad early game and you'll have a really good late game. Hopefully that's a case to bring us to game 4. As obviously the LilMacAttackers are down, as you said, in a bit of a rut.
Like Caitlyn doing what she wants in those early levels. We do have both junglers starting up on the top side, going to be pathing towards that powerful Caitlyn and leaving these tanks to their own devices. But, I mean, Nightstone, he's actually rocking the Ignite here on the Shen, saying, you know what, I've got the TP. It's on my ult. I'm instead going to try to actually go for plays in this lane.
Yep, and on the other hand, in the mid lane, looks like Envy is trying to kill Zero Domain again. And Capalot is here to try and make that happen.
Oh yeah, Dissonance has been used. Zero's going to try to walk this one down. Envy has Flash, has Charm. I mean, Buhmbo's in the area as Capalot needs to show himself out with the flag and drag.
Yep, and obviously Zero Domain does have this prio, but looks like Bumbo's not going to opt to actually go into the bot side jungle. If this Caitlyn had a little bit more prio, I feel like it could have been pretty scary for Capital to actually go for that play. But looks like they're going to find that priority now with that trade.
We'll see if Caplot does anything too aggressive here on this bot side. As his lane is looking worse for wear in both the mid and the bot lane. As Nightstone is the one also dictating top side. Camper going to be able to get his combo down to get some space and get away. FaZe is going to focus horse around to make sure they know Caplot's not doing anything too crafty.
Yep, and he just runs straight mid. I feel like, yeah, this has been called out, and we should be pretty safe here. Flash engage.
Yeah, it's a flash scatter. Or excuse me, flash shatter. Strike. From FaZe to trade flash for flash. As actually, it's going to be flash here from Zero Domain to lock up first blood and punish Envy there as another taunt in the top lane. Shadow dash forward. Ignite is dropped by Nightstone. Gets another auto. A chug of the juice is not enough to save Camper. Meanwhile, Curse is now going to get the bad news that Nocturne's in the area. A nice spell shield against the double bomb. It does have a lot of speed. So Curse Dragons will be okay, but still 2 kills for Buhmbo or Farmers.
It is very, very unfortunate that Envy died on that timer. Obviously, the flash engage from FaZe really hurt, but he doesn't have flash, and he just missed a ton of minions under his tower because of that kill. So Zero Domain gonna be very, very happy with how the lane is going. FaZe, absolute menace.
Excellent, excellent back canceling. Commits says, you know what? The Shatter Strike missed, but no, I have one goal, and we're gonna get it done.
Yeah, and LilMacAttackers did not take kindly to that in the chat. Has exclaimed his displeasure with that action. As Caplot is here yet again, but is on vision. Probably just going to reset on this bush. Rel is also here to try and cover something. So Curse of Dragons looking for nothing. Might be in big trouble here, actually.
But the slow from Zero Domain is not enough to get him in Rel range. So Curse able to walk that one off. But Zero Domain has been put under quite a bit of pressure throughout all these games, with the Sharks always circling around the mid lane. But feels like, again, he is in control early on. The 20 CS lead pushing this wave in. And now it's Shockwave to no Ori ult. Envy has to be careful, especially after that missed charm. Shockwave, Dissonance, a solo kill, but Capital is at least here to get one back.
But that is so worth it for Zero Domain. Look how far Envy is behind at this point. He dinked level 6, I feel like, a lot before Envy. I feel like they're pretty similar XP right now, but he missed yet another wave under his tower, and it's just down 20 CS at 5 minutes. So not very good. As Nightstone, Camper could be in a little bit of trouble here, but yeah, Shen is just showing how strong he is in this early game with the amount of damage he's dishing out.
Camper has been holding strong even after that solo kill, as Capital does have the ulti advantage here for this third crab. He does not have the bot lane advantage or the mid lane advantage, though.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad when all 3 lanes are losing, doesn't it? As a jungler, I feel like it's just like a situation where you're like, kind of throw your hands up and you're like, what can I even do? None of the lanes have any impact at this point. It is kind of hard to pull on anyone since their conditions are very, very...
and he's going to try something here. Able to dash through, lands the charm, but Zero Domain is just too far ahead. Capilot is just too far away. And Zero Domain now 3-1.
3-1 indeed. I mean, this is not looking pretty. Not looking pretty. We were talking about, you know, how Zero Domain doesn't always have to be the main man. You know, finds a lot of success through his teammates as well. But I feel like this is a situation where he might be the star of the show in this one.
Yeah, more than willing to put on the carry pants, even on a more utility pick like the Oriana, has this sizable lead so early in, already 1.3k gold up. And I mean, it's going to make this mid game very scary, where the Oriana is going to continuously have push. The Nocturne Paranoia can be just around the corner. Envy with no ult, no flash for a little bit here. And they're immediately going to go for it. The double ulti combo is right on time. The spell shield, not quite, but Envy does not have a way out of this one. A fourth death, 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah. Not good. Not good. Uh of course it's we saw the two deaths in the early game from Camper on Duty into the Ornn as Yorick, but I feel like even that isn't as bad as the whole Envy is in at this point.
Yeah, we may need more than a scuba diver Gragas to get to the bottom of that hole, as now it's going to be Dragon all but given. Curse, nice sidestep, but does need to get out of this one. Two-man stun. His Curse is down very low to the Ignite. Maybe we have a fight. Little Mac wants to try to strut his stuff, but the Dragon is an easy secure all the same.
Yeah, they're just not strong enough in this early game. Envy is struggling. Nightstone had that ulti available the whole time. Obviously, probably couldn't use it because of the threat of the cancel, but Camper on Duty definitely does need to take some time to kind of get going. Needs a little bit more CDR to try and win out on these trades. Obviously, is still up CS, but Nightstone getting that solo kill is going to be pretty huge for him considering how much map threat he has later on in the game.
Envy's now going to look for the play here with Capital up by his side. Flash out from the Cataclysm means that Zero Domain will keep his head.
Yep, but that's a timer
And now
that
another
both ults are down.
shockwave in. Envy wanted to find something, but he simply does not have the damage. Now both mid laners missing ult, missing flash. But only one of their junglers has a global paranoia ready and waiting. They get right what they need. This Oriana Nocturne, it was the first two picks of the draft, and it is going swimmingly according to plan for the Buhmbo Aura farmers.
Yeah, I mean, Envy, I can tell from his gameplay that he's getting desperate. He wants to get out of the situation that he's in, but there's kind of just no way out at this point. I feel like Zero Domain is just the kind of player that once he has a lead, it is pretty pretty hard for him to kind of just throw it away willy-nilly. And obviously Buhmbo is kind of there to try and play around his strongest player at this point. The other lanes are kind of winning on their own, so Zero Domain is obviously the threat on the map at this point, and they just have not been able to capitalize. Camper on
Look to
Duty.
capitalize in the top lane as Night's Dawn going to throw down the Spirit's Refuge. There's the combo from Camper and Capilot. They hold on to the barrel.
Oh,
That means Night's Dawn is able to flash and stay alive.
that shield very crucial for Nightstone there. Really well played for him to get away from that. I feel like Camper maybe could have buffered the ulti.
Curse not able to find the double bomb even off the slow. Those brown bag boots doing work for Zero Domain.
Yeah, they just
Everyone
can't
is
find
trying to
anything.
come to the mid lane rescue, but it is not going great.
Cataclysm available now on Capilot. He does have a timer, but obviously does need to clear his camps to not fall behind Buhmbo, who's already 2 kills up on him. And I feel like Zero Domain is just going to be pushing waves and respecting the timers. And Rel is here to cover those possible timers in case he does get engaged on.
Has at least been like, I mean, we talked earlier about, okay, both junglers pathing bot, a Caitlyn lane, that's going to be a cause of a lot of havoc against a weak Zillion. They found their farm lead, but it has not been a ton of action around this bottom lane. It has been all about the mid lane and all about Zero Domain, who we talked about it leading into the day, right? Has not been able to find a DMV championship. And now he's going to hope to not find Cap a lot. He's going to get hit by the Charm Paranoia, going to be expended. Two-man Shockwave, though, is just too much for Envy to deal with. I will hold my thoughts on any sort of mid lane propaganda, as Nightstone also stand unites in to make sure they get 2 kills. There's going to be 1 kill.
0-6 now. I mean, yeah, like I said, Envy just feels like he's just very desperate. He just wants to get something going, and Capelot probably just sees no choice but to go mid on the timers as Zero Domain does have flash. But the enemy team, they know this. They communicate so well with each other. Zero Domain obviously knows that he's in a very vulnerable spot and makes sure that his team is there to cover for him whenever there's a play waiting to happen for the enemy team. And I feel like it just feels so hard for Capelot to kind of do anything in this game. Obviously, doesn't have the carry junglers that he's so used to playing throughout this tournament. He's playing something more supportive, like the Jarvan, like the Pantheon, like even the Bruiser Graves that he had last game. It just feels like he doesn't really have anything to impact on this kind of facilitator champ.
We do have Dragon up in 5 seconds. Camper did waddle his way down here. Nightstone does not have
He swam. He swam.
or no, he does have a TP. Oh yeah, swam. Nightstone has the Unleashed Teleport, and he is going to put it to good use here to start off a 5v5. Curse is going to try to hold the choke here, but FaZe is riding on in. Dragon secured, and now FaZe is maybe overstepped. That's going to be a nice kill. Knockwave is going to be dropped onto just the Gragas, who's able to kite that one out and get over the wall. Meanwhile, though, Capelot is going to have to flag and drag out of a scuffle. Envy does have his ult up and available, and they're going to look for it. Nice cask out of Camper into the double bomb. Capelot now hunting for Quasi on the back line, as that Chrono Shift is going to help keep the Gragas alive. LilMac finds the shutdown, but Nightstars and Zero, they're back into the play, but they can't find any more kills. It's 2 over to Envy, and LilMacAttackers are not done with this game just yet.
I mean, what a way to get back into this game. Capelot obviously finding the engage he needed, but whoa, what a charm by Envy. And that's the confidence they needed to get back into this one.
Yeah, excellently done. I mean, we saw them drop the Nocturne Ori combo onto just the Gragas. Even if he is going for not a tanky build, he can easily soak it up and get out. And then Zero Domain kind of just went about his business in the bot lane while the rest of the team gets caught trying to retreat to mid. Nice work from Envy and Capelot to force the issue there when the Fed Orianna is not present and get themselves feeling a lot better about this game number 3.
Yeah, but I think Buhmbo maybe finds it a little bit hard to kind of engage on the carries, given that they just have the dashes to get over the wall. Even Camper did get, the brunt of the Nocturne Ori combo, but was able to just flash away. Obviously has that natural tankiness with that W. And obviously they won that fight, but Zero Domain is still very much ahead of Envy.
There's going to be a lot of one-item spikes now coming through. Titanic Hydra can help Nightstone continue to push in this top lane and see if he can look for any Stand United opportunities across the map, but may need one down here. Buhmbo is in the area as well to make sure Capelot doesn't find anything onto the Orianna. As we see the power of this Shen in the duel.
Yep. I mean, obviously Nightstone is playing it very, very well. As he
FaZe
has
now
all
might
3
be
games.
caught out here in the Cataclysm, but has reinforcements. Buhmbo's just going to send it. They have the combo this time onto a carry. LilMac flashing away. Down into the Chrono Shift he goes, but now the trap is going to be set, and Zero Domain picks up his 5th kill. Nightstone is on the scene to keep the rest of the team at bay.
Yeah, just not much you can do with flying Ori ball coming at you with a shockwave already primed. So Nightstone might be in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't have flash, but do they have the damage?
Able to evade the flag and drag, which means the charm is sure to follow. And we talked about this Jarvan having limited options. Well, he's made good on most of them. Now 3-0-3.
Yep, indeed. And I think They should feel very, very confident playing into this game. Obviously, Low Mac Attack does need a few more items to really start, pumping into the front line. But that being said, they're definitely back in this game.
It's going to be Herald secured by Buhmbo on the top side. They do move zero domain up to make sure that they have that pressure point in the top side. Camper is going to run on out to make sure that that wave can be picked up. It's not an early Chovy belt for Camper's Gragas. It is going to be the Lich Bane to maybe help him duel out a bit better against this Shen. As we do have a minute up until the next dragon fight. And actually, Cask expended by Camper cancels the base, and they've got Curse of Dragons around here. Zero is going to get slowed up, double bombed, and Shockwave is going to get dropped on the Camper who has the Chrono Shift, so he is not scared. Does get dropped into that. Another bomb connects. Zero is going to have some help from FaZe. Now Paranoia as Buhmbo turns off the lights, and just to bluff that he was topside or bluff that he's bot side as Envy's dropping so low. A Titanic Hydra and Ignite gets a solo for the Shen, but LilMac can say the same in that 1v1 of the bot laners, each team with only 4 men on the Rift.
I would much rather watch the ADC 1v1 rather than beating the guy who's already 2-6, but I digress. Very well played by Nightstorm to pick up that one, and obviously LilMacAttack feels pretty confident to start up this one. And second dragon, given the rut they were in the start of this game, has to feel really good.
Yeah, feels like a bit of robbery given how that early game went. But like you said, we would have rather seen the ADC go down. And if you are the side of one of these teams, you would not rather your ADC go down before a critical fight. So BAF do have to give that one up.
Yes, they do. And I think this Mountain Soul could come in pretty clutch, especially for the amount of snap engage that Buhmbo Aura Farmers has for LilMacAttackers. But they're gonna have to get there first, as Envy might be another target for this Nocturne Ori combo. Yet again.
And he does have the flash, does have the R, but Buhmbo is going to just follow him through. They make sure that they connect all the buttons, and they'll even get the ult and the flash out of Envy for that one.
Yeah, not a lot of skill involved versus, when that Aegis goes wide. Rare misstep from
LilMac is actually going to look for it in the mid lane again, dashing forward to force away the Caitlyn. Cannot have been a fun time for LilMac, who was put under his tower a ton early as Curse and FaZe were roaming about the map. Now more than willing to try to go aggressive onto Clasty as they fight for the mid lane.
And I do like these plays from LilMacAttack. And obviously, he's going for them, knowing that Buhmbo and FaZe are probably topside, looking for this this side lane play yet again. As Curse of Dragons looking to roam here, maybe onto Nightstorm, knows that he's here. But yeah, LilMacAttack trying to make a lead of his own. Does obviously find that first successful solo kill, but needs a lot more than that to kind of overcome how much damage this Nocturne Ori combo is doing.
It's going to be a sizable book there for Zero Domain with the 10-page Medjai's. Even has the tier 3 boots. But now he is under some fire. Immediate flash away, evades the bombs, and now Buhmbo is going to fly on in here. Doesn't have the ball on top of him. They're not able to take out Cap a lot. So a lot of ults expended. And Shenar was also used, canceled by Camper.
Scampers might get his revenge here, but everyone's coming bot side to Nightstone's aid. And Camper has to bail out there. Yeah, a lot of ultis used. Obviously, Curse of Dragons did have to burn that ulti. Didn't opt to use that Chrono Shift, given that he was so far ahead. But Zero Domain's flash is going to be pretty crucial. 2 minutes on this dragon now. And Baron is obviously up as well.
a lot of those ults will be back off a cooldown. That flash will not, which makes the Cataclysm all the more important for Capilat to nail that immobile carry. It is going to be 2 items coming through on a lot of members here. Nocturne with the Stride Breaker, Capilat with the Cleaver.
Yep.
We'll see if the weird Dusk and Dawn can get finished up here for Night's Dawn. Probably not going to be much impact in an actual team fight, but definitely going to give him some good power here in the duels.
Yep. And of course, don't want to talk about it too much, but Envy is about 90 CS down. That's all there is pretty much to say. That being said, if he can get the Shadow Flame, he won't be that weak, but he won't be, zero domain with his Magi stacks strong either. But Capilat probably not going to be able to kill Nightstone here. Curse of Dragons is
Buhmbo's in
here,
the area for reinforcements, and now Paranoia is going to get dropped, taunt in on to the Jarvan, who's going to flash away with the Chrono Ship. Buhmbo trying to make something happen onto Envy, but he's taken down by the Fox. Capilat flash on top of by FaZe, who's able to secure that one. Meanwhile, it's Zillion falling on the other side. Teleport expended by Camper, but his teammates have long since scattered. The Gragas is stranded out in the top lane, and he's still getting beaten down by the Shen. The Cask and the speed to try to get some distance, and I mean, he'll make good on that. Dissonance to see if they can catch up, but a nicely placed barrel means Camper should be fine. He joins back up with LilMac.
Yes, he does. Yeah, I would have liked to see Camper maybe TP a little bit early there, but obviously Buhmbo turned the lights off. I think as soon as they saw that top lane play, tried to look for something a little bit preemptive, knowing that Buhmbo can't turn the lights off, but Camper did get away with his life regardless. And now this dragon, not really much they can do. I feel like Envy should keep pushing on the other side of the map. They know that they should be aware that everyone is on the other side, and Envy does stop his recall and tries to push for a little bit more of a lead. All things considered, it's still not bad, but that is the dragon over to the Buhmbo Oral Farmers.
So that'll even up the dragons 2 all apiece. Nightstone is going to just try to return to his farming ways here in the side lanes. But yeah, we see the effect that having those early dragon takes for LMA has. They're not forced into any bad decisions. They're able to let that one go off the back of a less than ideal top lane scrap. And now Baron Vision is the main thing FaZe and Nightstone are looking for. Does find a charm, and we're gonna ignore that because he's out. He's out to safety regardless. It's as if it didn't happen.
Yeah, let's pretend it didn't happen. FaZe, you can't jump over that wall. Looking for more, actually.
Envy is going to look for it, but Stan United's going to be expended onto Quasi. Now re-engage here as the Shockwave finds 2. The perfect delivery from Buhmbo. The Chrono Shift isn't even going to get any value. LilMac has to flash to safety, and the play gets turned around.
LilMac does get out to safety, but at what cost? A lot of ults burned, obviously, but Capilat is going to try and fight his way to the Baron through Nightstone. None of his team members around just yet. Camper's trying to push this mid wave, but Capilat is getting completely destroyed by Nightstone.
Stun into a 2-man crash down. Zero Domain is there to just do the last bit of damage. And without an enemy jungler, I mean, it is some good damage from the Baron, but I mean, there's no real way for LMA to find a way back to that pit. So that'll be secured up. Baron in tow for the Buhmbo Aura Farmers.
Yeah, but like I said again, this is just, I feel like Envy is just getting desperate in these plays. They are not that far behind at that point, but they just can't play without their jungler to kind of snap engage. Obviously, Envy could look for something, but it's just too risky with the Buhmbo threat there to look onto Zero Domain. Didn't even have to burn that flash, and now 24 stacks on that Magi is so strong.
Zero Domain absolutely doing what we kind of expected, right? He's been the best mid laner throughout the course of this tournament in a pretty stacked field in the mid lane for DMV rivals. And, first couple of games, it's been back and forth. He's definitely gotten the better of Envy. Envy's gotten the better of him in some instances. This game, it's been absolute domination. This game, it has not even been close as he shockwaves the Gragas to just assert some dominance and keep this siege going.
Yep, and has that TP available. Baron recalls, of course. It just feels like he can, just spend his abilities and just kind of recall back to try and plays the next siege. They are would have liked to see someone push the top wave, but obviously they were playing mid bot. I would have also liked to see some more maybe sieging in the bot lane as this whole thing is happening, but looks like they're just going to back up and reset and play the next rotation on the map. Yep, and LilMacAttackers kind of looking very similar to the beginning of this game, where they had no control. So maybe we can see them turn a fight around miraculously and turn this game back into their favor. But obviously, it would take a lot for them to do so. LilMacAttack isn't weak, but again, the snap engage is just very strong. We're gonna have to see if they can play it out.
Does feel like it's eyes to Lil Mac. His name is on the tin here for this team. And he's the one that has the capability here on this hyper carry Yunara with the Zillion in his back pocket, giving him speed, giving him a second chance. See if Lil Mac can be the miracle carry that his team needs, or if it's just going to get swept under the rug by the Buhmbo Aura farmers. They are grouping up as 5. Night's Dawn doesn't even need to go into side lane.
Dragon
Tanks up
Soul, 30
charm.
seconds. 30 seconds for that soul.
They're just going to pull the trigger, and Lil Mac gets blown up by the shockwave. He has the chrono shift, but meanwhile, Capalot is looking for an angle in the backline. Quasti is going to be safe with the locket. Lil Mac trying to fire back into the fight as they find the stuns. Nightstorm is going to be taken down. Camper staying alive. Capalot is able to execute Quasti, and now the Yunara is pumping through the damage. FaZe looking for a re-engage, but it is Lil Mac and the rest of the team standing strong. Capalot even trying to make the grand escape. He falls into double kills there to make flash. Triple to the man in the mid lane. The charm is going to connect, so Envy will be able to shut him down, and FaZe will be slowed up. It is somehow Envy as one of the last men standing, and a fight win for LMA.
And that's what they needed. Just like that early game, that dragon fight was what they needed, as they were able to find very crucial plays on that. Chrono Shift was huge on LilMacAttack. GA was huge on Capalot to just find the time they needed. And I feel like that's something that maybe Buhmbo could have purchased a little bit earlier in this game. Is that GA? I feel like that item is just so valuable to buy time for your team. And that's exactly what happened. And that's why they were able to pick up this this team fight win. Obviously, doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get this dragon just yet. But looks like, yeah, Buhmbo Aura Farmer is going to beeline towards it and going to start it up. I don't think Capalot is going to get there in time, but it looks like they're posturing to try and do something.
TP expended by Zero, who has a lot of speed to chase out Camper on duty here.
Yeah, obviously just the 3rd dragon, so not exactly, as damning.
Does feel like it could have just been the option for Buhmbo Aura farmers to reel back from the mid lane, take the safe dragon, and move on with their lives. They elect to pull the trigger. Feel like it's obviously a very strong combo with Nocturne Orianna. You don't have to go for it every time. Sometimes you can just go like this and let the enemy put themselves in a rough spot as they force the GA out of Capalot. Paranoia even to make Buhmbo feel involved, even if he didn't get an assist.
Yeah, Capalot again misplaying a little bit there. Not going to be up for that Baron, and I feel like there's so much vision around that Baron side. But knowing that there's a team member down, I think Buhmbo Aura Farmers wants to try and siege for an inhib ahead of this Baron.
Night's Dawn is going to find some damage as Quasti's going to get charmed up. Envy finds an angle in the mid lane as now Lil Mac looking for the Arc of Ruin. Night's Dawn very low here in the side lane as well. Protobelt Flash in from Camper is going to look for the bonk, but Knights don't get turned around on the Spirit's Refuge. Body slam back in. The Drunken Rage brings Camper a solo kill.
A game of inches. Obviously, Envy finding that crucial play onto Quasty, something he looked in that topside river and was able to find it this time. No ulti on Buhmbo, no ulti on Zero Domain. Not much they can do in response. And of course, Camper finding that his revenge. Finding that solo kill on his own. So
Great stuff from
Calpalot's
Camper
death.
fighting back in these
Yep.
side lanes. And now it's going to be an attempt on this Baron here for LilMac. Buhmbo is back up and on the Rift with ulti.
Yep, but no Nightstone. 20 seconds for him. Has to end United available when he does, but looks like they're going to try to burn this. Not much they can do. Buhmbo doesn't
Here
have the
comes
vision.
Buhmbo with the shockwave in on top, and he steals it right when they thought they had the advantage. LilMac lose the objective, but now they're looking for the fight as the Yunara is just pumping through the damage. Quasty has no team to fight around. Zero Domain is slain. It is a 4-0, and somehow against a 25-page Medjai's, LilMacAttackers are going to take game number 3.
All eyes on LilMacAttack. The Baron was just a bait. It's the classic Baron for Nexus trade. As we head into game 4, they're going to be just Nightstone here to watch their hopes crumble for now as they're forcing another game.
Yeah, even ending this game, only 3k gold up, 1 kill down. It is the side of LilMacAttacker saying, I don't hear no bell just yet. The start of the reverse sweep, all it takes, it's just that first game, right? To get some momentum going, get them feeling like, hey, even if our mid laner is 0-6, we can still win these games. And we're going to see if they can carry that through. Definitely a great comeback there for the side of LMA.
Indeed, a great comeback. We're going to try to see if LilMacAttackers can keep that momentum going as we head to a short break. Stay tuned for game 4. All right, folks. We're going into game number 4. I forgot to change the score and the sides, but we'll get to that shortly as I changed back to the casting desk. Shiv is gone momentarily, but he will be rejoining us very soon. But yeah, that game number 3 was just what a performance from the MVP. I feel like Capelot did so much to try and keep them in that game, but everyone did their part. Obviously, uh, Envy was just down so much gold, but was able to, keep his wits about him and come back into that game, make the plays where it was possible. And Camper, just making sure that his team was just being a rock for them, having that disengage with that Gragasol in that Baron pit as well. Just making sure that, Night's Dawn couldn't find the ultis and the snap engages with that Nocturne. And I think underrated was LilMacAttack and Curse of Dragons. Obviously, a weaker lane early game wasn't able to find too much success, but later in the game, LilMacAttack found that solo kill mid, and found those items. And Curse of Dragons had some clutch chrono shifts to make sure they stayed in that one, kept LilMacAttack alive, and they were able to come out on top. So very, very well played for them. We'll be going into draft very shortly, as soon as I figure out what side each other's on.
Both teams now kind of in uncharted territory as a game 4 draft here in Fearless, where a lot of those champs that they've been preferring throughout the season now not really available. LMA pivoting to ban away the Yone here in game number 1. This is LMA's first game on blue side as well. So they'll first pick the Jinx and the immediate response of Zeri Zhao for the side of BAF.
Not quite true, actually. LMA did have game 1 on blue side, which obviously didn't come out on top. But this will be their second game on blue side, and obviously Buhmbo Oro Farmers' second game on red side, as they do get that Zeri that was banned away several games in a row. LilMacAttackers opting for that Yone ban. I feel like Envy maybe exhausted his amount of picks that he had into the Yone, and is trying to take it away at this point in time. Looks like a Jinx Nautilus bot lane in response to this area.
Yeah, and the Lilia there for Capelot played it very early on in DMV Rivals, is one of those farm and carry champions that he has preferred. Can definitely run circles around this Xin Zhao, both in the team fights and in the CS department. So we'll see if Buhmbo can force any of those skirmishes, see if he can get this Xin Zhao in a solid position. Because if he does not, this Lilia can just provide a ton of value in these fights. Is a bit of a slow burn champion, not quite the pairing you want with a Jinx, but still definitely playing for that team fight. And we'll have Talia, the option for Zero Domain there in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think something they're just blinding at this point, trying to give their top a little bit of breathing room. I feel like they should ban away some assassins. Envy does really like to play those assassins. And since they're blinding Talia on the R3, looks like they're opting to just ban away the Gnar. So targeting again some of Camper's blinds that he likes to pick, trying to choke him out. There's not a lot of tanks left either. There is the Scion available, so maybe there could be a Scion ban on the side of BAF. I feel like I would like to see that. Would give them a lot of frontline threat. Lets the Lilia Jinx play a little bit longer as well. But that being said, there is a lot of range into this Lily at this point. And not a lot of engage. I guess Nautilus is the one engage they have. They might even take away the Scion here, try to get support counterpick, but I would like to see support. Not necessarily support counterpick, but like kind of support to round off the team comp. But I feel like Scion is definitely the blind that they want in the top side. So they take Alistar.
Yeah, it has been a while since FaZe has played any sort of enchanters, so he sticks to the engage guns here with the Alistar. Does mean that this bot lane is going to be fairly weak. Zeri, even with all the weird changes they've done, is still basically just a mosquito until like 3-4 items. So they will definitely try to bide their time down there for both sides, really, with the Jinx as well. And Envy is I mean, I guess that could go anywhere if we want to be cute about it, but it is a
And
Zed
that's going mid.
for Envy against the
Yeah.
Talia.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that is actually very bad for Talia. This is like almost unplayable. I feel like before Zed got nerfed in the early season, this was completely unplayable for Talia. Like Talia cannot do anything versus that champ once it's at 6. It's just so easy for Zed to outplay the Talia. At this point, I think it's a little bit easier for Talia to play, but obviously it's very dependent on how the early game goes. If Talia can, kind of get a little bit ahead, maybe like not lose too hard in the early game, and obviously Zed is just biding his time, waiting for that 6. As looks like Camper's just blinding the Olaf. I don't love it. I feel like he is gonna still have a hard time getting onto the Zeri. Talia is probably gonna take Ghost in these fights as well, and kind of already plays from a mile away. As Nightstone hovers
Ooh,
this Kale pick, which I
oh,
think is pretty interesting.
yeah. I mean, we said game 4 was kind of some uncharted territory, and what we have left is a Zed and a Kale. Nightstone has said, you know what, guys? I know I've been so good at the tanks. I've been fantastic, but I'm not putting that suit on again.
Yep.
Give me something to play the game a bit differently this time with the Kale. So
Yeah, and I
a
just
lot of champs that are kind of biding their time here on the BAF side with the Shins out, Talia being the early game kind of skirmish that we're gonna try to create around.
yeah, I'm really not sure how I feel about LilMacAttackers comp. I feel like the first 3, fine, Jinx Nautilus, picking comfort. That's all fine. The Nautilus is obviously good into this area as well. But after that, I feel like it is a little bit hard for all these short range champions to play into the range of Zeri. Obviously, Zed is going to try to get on top of or Zeri Talia later into the game, but with the Alistar, the Kale, and even the Xin Zhao R, it might be pretty hard for the Zed to play later in the game. So I think the name of the game at this point is kind of have Alistar roam mid, Zeri kind of just farm it out. Alistar come mid, bail out the Talia, make sure she doesn't die. Xin Zhao kind of has to protect the Talia a lot. Um, Obviously, Henry or Zero Domain can play it well on his own, but I feel like if you neutralize the Zed in the early game, it is very, very hard to get it going later in the game. And I think they already have so many threats for the Zed uh, to make it useless already. So that's my feeling about this game. I feel like I favor Buhmbo or Farmers champs a lot more.
Yeah. And I mean, we talked about Envy stepping in for Burrito Bear, maybe giving them another dimension to their compositions, right? Where it's going to be a bit more than just the traditional control mages. Didn't pan out well for a game to Akali, but this time Envy going to try to rock the Zed to a better result. Step away for a short break to see if the Zed is going to be the key to success for LMA.
Or their Bane. See you soon.
Welcome, welcome, folks. It is game number 4 here in Grand Finals. LilMacAttackers, we're not willing to be swept under the rug in game number 3, bringing us to a game 4. And once again, it is a immediate scrap in the bot lane, dredge line in onto the Zeri. means that Quasti will be losing a ton of HP alongside FaZe.
Yep, and sorry, folks. Gonna turn the sound down a little bit. It's a little bit loud, but I think we always see some sort of scrap in the early game. But despite that, I think they're going to be pretty happy about coming out on top of this one, especially since I feel like Zeri just wants to kind of free farm in this early game.
Curse tried to exploit the weakness of this Alistar, finds a nice dredge line around the enemy support and force the exhaust out of FaZe.
Yep, and double defensive on FaZe and Quasti. FaZe doesn't actually have that spellbook, so it's like that's going to be his or summoner of choice for the rest of the game. Found it kind of interesting, but I guess it's just kind of neutralizing the dead. I think that's the name of the game for them. Keep Zero Domain safe and make sure that they can kind of play the team fights off of him. But yeah, I think
I do want you to talk me through this interesting mid lane pick, right? Because we talked about it a bit where the Zed matchup is something that can thrive against this Taliyah.
Yeah, but I think that there's not, or Talia is kind of short range to begin with. I feel like it's just kind of the perfect range for Zed's W to land. So it kind of really depends on how much Envy can land his Qs. Obviously, it is just like any other melee versus mage matchup. Zero Domain does have that priority in the early game. I feel like I would have liked to see D Shield on Envy in this one, but obviously Zero Domain gonna run out of mana before he can probably kill Envy. Unless he lands a W here, probably doesn't have it just up just yet. But yeah, again, Zero Domain not going to have enough mana to probably finish him off here, but still going to look to just be menacing.
One does find a shot, but there was no Unraveled Earth. Still, it is first blood to Zero Domain, flash for flash, but it is the Taliyah coming out on top.
I mean, it is Envy being very greedy with this Ignite and the D Blade. I feel like this is definitely a matchup you want to take D Shield in because you eventually do beat the Taliyah. It is a losing matchup for the Taliyah, and to be this greedy a little early in the game and losing out on because of that, it does feel pretty bad. It does feel pretty bad. It's exactly what you don't want to see. You're picking this counter matchup and then dying early into Taliyah, who does like to go defensive items at this point. And I feel like, yeah, that's got to feel pretty bad for Envy.
Not the start the super sub was looking for. Meanwhile, both junglers completing out their clears. Lilia, able to just kind of restart with all the AoE damage she has. Not going to be needing to take her back just yet. Is on vision, so they know what Capalot is up to.
In Envy, half HP now, coming back to lane, down 15 CS. A little bit of a repeat from the last game, except for the junglers. It's kind of just been a 1v1 at this point. And yeah, Envy's on an assassin this time, not necessarily like a mobile kind of still does AoE damage like Ari was. Still can be useful later in the game. As Quasti just takes a chunk of her health out due to Capalot. But yeah, Envy, it's going to be pretty hard until he gets this level 6, I feel like.
We do have some action around mid lane. Shove is going to hit onto Curse there. It's going to be stunned on up, and Nautilus should be able to walk this one off, just, draining the mana of the Taliyah here. Buhmbo even around the corner as the dredge line does not connect, but neither does the shove. Buhmbo still lying in wait to see if his prey will come around the corner.
Yeah, Zero Domain pretty short on mana, so probably not much happening here. FaZe is just helping him shove this wave. Like again, I said, I think the objective of the game, whether or not Zero Domain was ahead, was to kind of keep him safe. And they're doing a great job of doing that.
I mean, the mid lane is where the party has been all series long. I will say, similar to game number 2 where we had the Akali for Envy and the Graves for Capalot. Capalot is again on a farming jungler that isn't really going to come to the aid of his flailing lanes if Envy continues to be behind. We'll see if that level 6 unlocks anything here. for the Zed as he finds himself down 25 CS.
Yeah, and I feel like this is again a situation, like I said in game 2, where you actually want to be looking to punish Capelon on his clear. I feel like Zero Domain having this much pressure should be a cue for Buhmbo to kind of look for something in the jungle of Capelot. But they're not quite doing that. They're just taking the scuttle. They're playing very, very safe. Of course, Envy just dinked 6, so his lane gets a little bit easier, but I think Zero Domain might have the presence of mind to kind of outplay it. And obviously with all this poke here, Envy could even look for an all-in, but didn't land one of the shurikens. So not going to be able to find enough damage to do so. 30 CS now. 35. Or is that 25?
Hook in the
25. 25.
bot,
Sorry, I can't do math.
hook in the bot lane as Buhmbo is in the area. Level 6 available on both junglers. And yeah, I think Capelot has played well around the fact that, his mid laner's not doing so hot. He doesn't immediately back after the first clear, gets some more camps, has a Faded Ashes and a Dark Seal to give him a much better time into just the double Ruby of Buhmbo. Dragon might be under the purview of BAF here early on with all that mid prio though, as not much doing for the side of LMA in the bot side.
Yep, indeed. As mid lane kind of continues to bleed, and Capelot still going unpunished, as Envy might be in a
It
big
might
trouble
be a
here.
hemorrhage now as Weaver's wall by Zero Domain
Oh,
just doesn't expect the
my
burst damage
God.
from Envy, who gets away and gets a solo.
Nah, I gotta look away. Oh my God. What did Zero Domain just do? I mean, but this is the threat. I mean, Talia is very squishy champion in general, but I mean, obviously Envy just had enough damage. If he lands those shurikens, they do a lot of damage, and I feel like with that kill, he feels pretty confident to get back into this game. And this is why this matchup is just so bad. It doesn't matter how far Zero Domain is in this matchup. If he uses his W a single time before Zed has or like while Zed has his ulti up, Envy can kill him. It doesn't matter how far he is behind. Of course, Zero Domain has to opt for this cloth armor. Curse of Dragons is here, but I think this Kale silently free farming in this matchup.
Olaf definitely would have liked a melee champion to take advantage of and to run down in a long lane. Nightstone with Ghost and, Kale now having range at level 8. Not going to give him much of that. So Nightstone playing it out well thus far as good buffer on the dredge line, but Dragon is finally going to be started up here at the 8-minute mark. Kemper is going to try to force the issue here as he pops the Ghost. Nightstone does have the Divine Intervention, and we'll just expend that to make sure that Camper gets off his back.
Yep, and as you can see now, the trades are pretty
Camper
even.
gonna flash in with
As
Ragnarok. It's flash
Nightstone,
for
no ulti
flash,
available.
and the Undertow is good from Camper to secure the solo.
It is now time for Camper to do the solo killing. Even though Nightstone didn't have the ult available, that just kind of disrespected how much damage Olaf could do with
And
that.
Envy is able to skip past the shove in mid lane. Is going to now drop the ulti, and with the death mark, it's just barely not enough. The cloth armor putting in the needed work until the super mega death rocket finishes the job from LilMac.
And I've heard from anonymous source that Zero Domain is absolutely tilted because of that. Anonymous source might be me in a side chat.
Not very anonymous, but yeah, I mean, you could have all the, like you said, you could have all the CS lead you want. Zed is still gonna find kill angles.
Yep.
And the Jinx ult, just a bit of salt in the wound. You kind of prefer that you would have just died straight up sometimes, than have that little bit of hope immediately extinguished.
Yeah, and it has to feel really bad. I mean, Zero Domain playing so well in this early game, but again, this matchup is just so rough. Zero Domain cannot use his abilities. He cannot use W. He's not allowed to. If he uses W, it's so hard for Zero Domain to do anything without his flash. And obviously, he does have, the Storm Raider Surge to try and get away, but Envy, it's just so easy for him to outplay into Talia's. Kemper does have this
Well,
ulti available, gonna
Zero's
try to
gonna look
all
for the
in.
angle on top side, but the Ragnarok means that he's able to immune the shove. Nightstone has enough space, but the autos keep on coming from the Olaf. Zero is finally able to do him in. Meanwhile, LilMac alive on a sliver of HP on the bot side. Unbreakable will from FaZe to try to get away. The ulti goes wide, so the cow will live, as will the Jinx. Lilia gonna drop this lullaby in the top lane and cleans up the kill and the Eve
Oh
for
my
the second.
goodness!
Capelot now off to the races with 2 kills.
Oh my god, what a play from the MVP. I mean, this guy does not want to lose. This guy does not want to lose, man. Playing so well in these fights. I mean, I feel like he just, not to glaze or anything, but
Oh,
he
Envy is
always
gonna
seems
look
to
for the
make
play here, trying to get the spotlight back, but
the ignite
the
will tick.
tower's still there.
Oh,
The tower's still there. The ignite not enough. So Envy, we talked about him always going for plays, no matter the champion, Ari, Akali. It backfires on that one.
yeah. I mean, feels pretty bad, but back to Capalot. I feel like he always just seems to make the right play. And I feel like it's just been benefiting his team in such a manner that everyone just kind of elevates due to his level of play. I feel like everyone just is playing so well. Going into this game, they have the
Oh,
momentum.
Nightstone could
Nightstone
be
doesn't
in
have his
trouble.
ulti.
Here's the reckless swing, and
He doesn't press
divine
it.
intervention was not expended by Nightstone. Thought he could live the axe, but it just split right through him.
So
Camper.
interesting. So interesting. That is really, really interesting. Um, yeah, but that's huge for Kemper. That is very big for Kemper.
Camper, he stepped in early on with I Can't Win being sidelined. Camper, he won DMV Winter, but decided, you know what, I'm going to retire. I'm going to head to the hills in Santa Monica. Do this one without me. Called back into action here for the LilMacAttackers. And he's still performing at a high level here. Was put down in some of those early games by a great player in Nightstone, but this time around, getting the better end of the 1v1 here with the Olaf Stride Breaker already completed. Boots of Swiftness as well to make sure he can continue to chase down. It's
Yep.
going to be 15 seconds out for this Dragon Camper. He's going to walk his way down here after the base. Nightstone has TP, but I don't think Kale is really looking to join up here. I think might have to be a concession from the side of Buhmbo.
Yep. And I love this from Camper. He's kind of just hiding. Make sure they don't see him. But Nightstone is calling out that they probably would expect to see a top laner in there. A very strong one at that. And it seems like they're kind of postured to give at this point. And Camper is just able to TP up top side, not really lose too much. But obviously, Kalo, level 11 now. Going to be a little bit stronger, but an item to 0. And he has a full tower. So Camper feeling pretty good about this one.
So, and it was Camper that made very critical play in that game number 3, finding the Gragas solo kill onto the Shen, so the Shen couldn't join with any kind of stand united for that game-ending fight. This time, he's not even waiting until the game is hanging in the balance. He is off to a great start, and FaZe is now going to be met with the anchor of Curse and the consistent pestering of this Lilia. He's going to pop the Unbreakable while Quasti is trying to come around to help their support. Zero domain here with the Weaver's Wall as well. They find the shove back onto Caplot, but the Lullaby is going to sound off. Olaf on the back line is not going to be able to find a return kill. It's Curse now maybe caught out trying to dredge line to safety. Zap going to slow up the advance flash forward from Nightstone to secure that one. And so 2 for 1 at the end of the day, favoring the Buhmbo Aura farmers.
Yeah, a little bit more than they can chew. Camper on duty was a little bit lost there. Started running around in circles on his Ragnarok. But gonna fall a little bit behind there. Obviously, Zero Domain might get dove here, actually, considering Envy does have that ulti available, but opts to not use his W in this scenario. Could
Now
maybe
it's going
look
to be the
here.
re-engage from Envy after he takes so much damage, and the
Triple
threaded
shuriken.
volley is enough. He took a tower shot trying to go for the play, and Envy gifts over another one on top of what was already a good play from BAF. FaZe, though, has to flash away as Caplot was hot on his trail. And going to continue to try to invade here on the Lily as the Herald is summon up in mid for BAF.
Yeah, I'm assuming Envy didn't have his W available, so couldn't necessarily outplay that, or was maybe not trying to expend it to dodge away from the zero domain W. But I think if you can dodge that W, it is very, very good in you outplaying this matchup. I think if you dodge that W, zero domain literally can't do anything, and he has to kind of wait for his next W to kind of get you off of him. But he does have the Ceros ready. He does have the Seeker's Arm Guard as well, going for that Zanya second item. So it's going to be pretty hard for Envy to, obviously not impossible, but a little bit harder for him to try and take advantage of the side lane.
He's going to try to get back to work here as... No, the other thing about this Zed is just how many carries as we hold that thought, with Curse being engaged on here by
Lily is
Buhmbo
here.
and FaZe. Quasti going to kick flip on over. The Lullaby is good onto 2, but Quasti's able to continue the upkeep of damage. LilMac now hit by the shove on the Weaver's wall. Zero domain, spreading his domain across the rift to help get that kill onto the Jinx.
Yep. And although zero domain, he's not necessarily winning the side lane, he is still Talia. And he does have that, that map threat of being able to move across the map very, very fast. So good heads up play by Buhmbo there to take that fight. Caplot really couldn't do anything, and LilMacAttack kind of got pulled in, only to get Weaver's walled. Weavered
Walleted, I believe is the term, as Buhmbo is going to arrive to the help of Nightstone Ragnarok to try to just go through their face, but that divine intervention means there's no such luck. Camper is going to fall, and Nightstone starting to perhaps stabilize in what was a not great start to this game.
Yeah, not a great start at all, but I think at this point, Nightstone is just kind of catching waves, kind of free scaling. Doesn't really have to interact with the Olaf, considering his tower is down at this point. That might be the best thing that's happened to him this game, actually, is his tower going down, because he's just kind of free scaling. Obviously, Olaf is strong at this point, but Nightstone might be a little bit trouble here. Doesn't have that ult available. Curse of Dragon's also here.
Yeah, Capola is going to try to threaten again, but they don't find the dredge line. Capola is still able to connect with some more blooming blows. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Buhmbo is going to look for a play perhaps onto Envy, and the 3 talent strike isn't there. Zero tried to go for a prediction on the Shadow, but now that means he doesn't have the shove, but I mean, who cares? More than enough damage from the Shinzao. Buhmbo, though, does die with the tower lending some assistance. Camper is going to move on down, so the tower should still be standing.
Yeah, probably no way that Camper can get onto zero domain here. Does have that ghost available pretty soon, but Quasti is here. Alistar is here to try and dissuade anything crazy from happening. Dragon now coming up in 15 seconds. Buhmbo is down, so they'll have a little bit of priority on this side of the map ahead of the Dragon. And silently, Caplot has 40 CS lead, and he'll pick up the second objective as well. So not too bad from his side. I know it looks like, the map might have been a little bit lost, especially in terms of, how invisible Envy has been, apart from those 2 kills that he got in the early game. But very, very well played by Caplot thus far.
And is continuing to try to build that CS lead with another invade here. And is actually going to maybe go for a fight. The blast plane splits everyone up. And it's a odd 2v2 down here.
I'm not quite sure if he got that Grump, but yeah. He has a level lead. Envy doesn't seem to be winning any side lanes at this point. Definitely cannot kill the Kale with her ulti up. I feel like it's just way too scary. Just doesn't do enough damage with his W combo just yet to try and one-shot Nightstone. So he's going to be suffering for a little bit while longer, and we'll see if he can actually ever take command or control in this game and maybe get onto someone who he can actually kill comfortably without dying.
I think like we saw in game number 3, all it takes is one on some of these champions. All it takes is that one thing that goes right. And if there's anything we know about Envy, he will continue to try. We may not have seen him in the mid lane this split of DMV, but I mean, even when he was playing in the mid lane DMV winner with champs like the Jace. Champs that needed to stay ahead of the curve. He would go for plays no matter his scoreline in the game. And so we'll see as he also locks in that new fangled Bastion Breaker there as his second item.
Yeah, not an item I'm actually too familiar with. I don't really build it on any champion, really. And I don't really see anyone else build it too much apart from, yeah, I guess Zed. I feel like if you play Zed jungle, you see this item a little bit. Maybe even like a like a Kane, maybe. Yeah, I'm not too familiar, but we'll see if it can do some work. As for now, he is a little
Yeah, we
bit
have a
weak-sided
play in
here.
top lane, and the Zonias from Zero Domain means that that death mark is not going to be doing its namesake. 5 kills now for Talia, as Curse and Caplot are on the scene, but they just have to clean up the body.
Yeah, and I think at this point, they might try and look for something given the HP bars of the jungle mid, but it doesn't seem like Capalot wants to go for anything more than the scuttle. Weren't able to find anything else on the other side of the map either. Um, I would be a little bit scared of snap engaging here as Curse of Dragons. I don't really want to look for a hook. They're all going to be on side of the map. But yeah, at
Yeah,
this
Zero
point,
Domain is going to just walk face first into the Nos. They want to start this fight. They have the numbers. They force the flash out of Curse. Should be the end of that. Some stuff expended, but nothing that won't come up before the Dragon.
Dragon in 2 minutes, Baron up 22 minutes now. Only a 1k gold lead for Buhmbo Oral Farmers. Primarily on Zero Domain, I would assume, but also Quasti, quite a bit of gold under his belt. Has that IE very, very, very soon. Zero Domain.
Oh, it's now they're going to flash in with the Lullaby as well. Capalot able to secure his 5th kill.
This might be a Baron
And a
picture.
nice half the gold.
This might be a Baron picture. They did burn that ulti on Curse of Dragons and Capalot both. And Nightstawn is actually very strong despite not having their main guy here. They're all actually very strong. I feel like they can pull a fight given those crucial ultis are down, but I think they really want to turn. And Envy's looking for a positioning to do that.
Yeah, FaZe is just going to go for the combo in onto the Zed, who's able to find his angle still onto Quasi, who's able to kick dive over the wall. Meanwhile, it's Buhmbo to split the fight with the Crescent Guard. Nightstone staying alive with the Divine Judgment. Capalot has to go golden. The Kale is going to fall first as Bumbo's looking to turn this one around. Flashing in on top of LilMac. The win becomes lightning, but it will not become a kill until FaZe gets in there with the flash. It is a ton of bodies strewn about the rift, but it is essentially an ace. Zero Domain does respawn and TP's back, but he is the only one alive to try to stop this Baron.
I feel like that was very, very misplayed by the side of Buhmbo Oral Farmers. Zero Domain is here to try and dissuade them from doing this. Baron is going to be able to do so. He is still very, very strong on his own right. So well played to him. But despite that, it swung back in their favor. LilMacAttackers up ahead now. But again, I would like to highlight, like, I feel like Envy played that extremely well and just kind of getting everyone to look at him. But Quasti eat over the red pit, like the red buff pit, and was not able to join the fight again after that. Didn't want to burn that flash to try and get over the wall and try to kill off Capalot, try to kill off LilMacAttack. So he was pretty much out of the fight, even though Nightstone was sitting like right on top of him, had that ulti available as Capalot.
We're going to have Lullaby burned early on by Capalot.
Don't love
It's
that.
not going to do all too much, but it does get them positioning over this objective.
Yeah, I don't love that. I don't love that. That's very crucial for them. LilMacAttack also doesn't have that flash available, and Zero Domain going to try to
Beaver's
lock in Capalot.
Wall is going to pin in the deer as Bumbo's in, but he's not able to secure the objective. That one goes to Capalot. I was trying to flash out the backside of pit. Bumbo now flying in with the Crescent Guard. Quasti, though, just goes right into the teeth of the enemy team and gives over a double to LilMac. And now with Jungler and AD dead, Baron might be on the menu once again.
It's a heist, and he gets away with his life as well. He wonderfully baits Quasti and Buhmbo to kind of just jump into the enemy team, and they still weren't able to kill him. What a play.
Oh, that 1k gold lead sure to become even more here as they lock up a 25-minute Baron for LilMacAttackers.
$60 CS now on Calpalot. He's just disgustingly strong. 3 items. 7-0-3. Jinx also 3 items, and no one's been able to touch him even. I feel like he's standing so far behind of his front line, and there's just not enough damage to be able to kill off so that they can even get to him on Buhmbo Aura Farmers. Despite that, they're still not out. There's still a lot of games to be played. Nightstone, obviously level 16. I don't think he's ever giving up, given how strong this kill can get. But that being said, they are playing topside, which is
Oh, the
interesting.
shove, though, from Zero Domain. They want this shutdown. Capalot is going to use that Zhonya's, but that just means 1,100 gold for the Kale before she's put in a coffin by this Olaf, who's now fighting out a 1v4 that he cannot win. And now Weavers, well, Zero Domain wants to continue to play, but the Flame Chompers are going to clip him, and that'll be the end of that. But still, BAF feeling good, claiming the shutdown and stifling a bit of this Baron.
That's huge for Kale. I think she might even finish Rabadon's off of that. Might be waiting. Nope, looks like it's just going to be a double needless. But that's huge for the Kale. That's huge for the Kale.
And Nightstone, you know, this game now he's off of tank duty. He's got the tools to carry. Was not a great early start to this game. Frankly, has not been a good mid game to this game as he's sitting at 3-6. But Kale, of course, a champion that can thrive in these late game scenarios. And I mean, there are a ton of carries that you have to worry about on the side of Buhmbo Aura Farmers. And they're actually going to look for a play here off of FaZe, comboing onto Envy, who does not have the Shadow. Is going to try to use that Death Mark, but Nightstone is around the corner. Flash for Flash. The Kale needs some more damage.
He has to pick up that.
Eventually get it. Meanwhile, Capalot has to use the Lullaby to get away from Buhmbo. Quasty's going to look for a Zap Extendo Beam. It's not quite there. Zero is going to cut off Capalot. And now, I mean, this Baron has been pretty toothless from the side of LMA.
Yeah, pretty unremarkable. I mean, heads up play by FaZe there to try and just flash on the Zed. Someone who is just very slippery. But Nightstone was there to finish it up. They were to pick up that kill. Envy, he had a very good play around that Baron pit, but still remains to be seen in terms of how effective this Zed can actually be thus far. Capalot also has been struggling a little bit after that Baron. Did die in the top side after we caster cursed him.
We do have a minute up until this important soul fight. It is still possibly a great goal for the side of LMA. What are you looking for from their side for this 4th dragon?
I'm looking for a flank on Mr. Camper on duty here, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find it. Might not even be able to get this bot push. Nightstone does have that Rabadons now, so he's going to hurt. He's going to hurt a lot. And I don't know if they're going to do enough damage against Envy. Just forces E only from Quasty. Obviously takes half his HP. Oh my goodness.
We're walking back into a Zen Shadow on the floor. Now LilMac is going to flash on in. Nice shove, though, from Zero Domain to try to turn it back as the Jinx is under fire. But so is Zero Domain. The Kale has arrived and is going to render judgment. Now Camper on duty is the last man, but he wants to be the last one standing as he goes in with the Ragnarok. He's going to find 1. He's going to find 2. A 3rd head falls to the Viking. As Capalot is going to keep Buhmbo busy on the other side. It is just the Xin Zhao trying to blast plant his way to any sort of safety. 3 versus 1 now. As Camper is pushing mid.
That might not be the game, but that is definitely for damn sure the soul. Maybe even an inhib here as Quasty comes up in 5 seconds. Not sure how much he's going to be able to do, but what was Quasty doing? Looking, he saw the shadow, he saw what hit him, and he just walked right back into it. That was so good for them. Camper on duty might need to watch out a little bit here. Quasty did pop that ulti. has that flash available. Gonna try to slow chase here, but
Oh,
they
but now
really need
Ragnarok
to
is back
leave.
and shows the depth
Oh
charge.
no.
Quasti is able to find the shutdown as now Capilot's back on the scene to try to help his
They need to
support,
leave.
or just let him die. Or just let him die. Curse does not have a great angle for a dredge line out of this. Buhmbo is able to find that kill. So 2 freebies picked up for the side of BAF, even though they lose that important Infernal Soul.
Yet again, it looks like they're dying before the Baron spawns. Camper does have that TP available, but Curse of Dragons
Oh,
obviously
there's an
looking for
ultimate on the
something
Night
here.
Dawn, but he has his own ult to turn it back around. Envy barely staying alive.
Zero Domain is looking for a Weaver's Wall here, but not going to be able to find it. And that was ambitious from Envy. I feel like they could have maybe killed him there, but maybe they weren't quite sure who was in the vicinity. Didn't play aggressive enough.
I mean, it is a dead heat here. 31 minutes in, Infernal Soul obviously tilting the scales a ton. And, situations like this where gold's even, you like to say, like, oh, well, where is the gold? Is it more focused on the important members? Gold is pretty much even across every role. The Kale has as much gold as the Olaf. The Jinx has as much gold as the Zeri. The carries are where they want to be. The utility characters are where they want to be.
Yeah,
so,
Capilot almost got caught again by that W there. Good sidestep by him, but like as you said, yeah, I mean, who knows at this point? It's Crystal Dragons might be in trouble here.
Yeah, Weaver's welcome to use by Zero Domain. That dredge line is not going to get him out to safety. Quasti even burning the ulti. Baron's on the menu, and Curse of Dragons is dead.
No TP available for you to Envy. It looks like he's just going to keep pushing. I'm not sure if they can even contest this. They do it so fast. I don't even think they can do an inhib here. Zero Domain obviously doesn't have that Weaver's Wall available. Capilot can just walk it out as well, but big pick onto Curse of Dragons. He has to be very careful on this Nautilus. There's just so much that can just nick him like on the side. His frame is just huge, so I feel like he can just get slowed up, and then it's just so easy for Zero Domain to land a W on him.
We do now have Baron for the side of BAF. I was talking about how gold is pretty even across the board. The one main lead that's kind of anywhere on the rift is Capilot on this Lilia. Magi's is not looking stuffed of information right now, but providing some value. I do like the Frozen Heart pickup here against kind of 2.5 auto attackers. Shinzao shouldn't get on top of the Lily at any point, but is now a lot of damage onto Zero Domain with the bowling ball and the shurikens, but Baron push still gonna go strong for now.
Yep, I think Zero Domain probably wants to just back up here. They should reset and play topside. I feel like Elder not up in quite a bit of time, so they do have some opportunity to play into the top side, play for this tier 2, the last one remaining. In the meantime, this Kale level 19 now. If you thought level 18 Kale was scary, now we have level 19. Only 3 items still. Did get that big shutdown, but probably going to pick up his 4th right now. Just full AP. Just no Zhonya's on him either with the threat of that. But
And Curse actually gonna flash in, finds Zero Domain on the anchor and the depth charge, but he has his own skill gold. And meanwhile, the Lullaby hits onto 2. Zero Domain still caught out and taken out. Now Buhmbo on the back foot as Capilot hits the bowling ball over the wall. Envy's coming in with the flank to try to deliver the final push for the side of LMA. There's the snap traps gonna take out Buhmbo, and FaZe is a cow without a pasture, is the support without a team, and Nightstone is the only one alive.
Nightstone pushed that wave smartly, making sure that they can't end the game, but they're going to get a lot here. At least Capilot is going to take some camps here, as Nightstone actually going to trade a little bit here. I think they want something. Nightstone is actually going to look at LilMacAttack, not sure if he knows that anyone else is in the area. LilMacAttack just going to run for the hills.
He gets hit by the E from Capilot, and now Nightstone needs to try to make a miracle happen, but Capilot not going to give him the opportunity. There's the Zhonya's at the perfect time. The ace is complete, but the 4 members of Buhmbo are respawning. It's a minute till the Elder Dragon, but it doesn't look like LMA want to wait for it.
Can they end? They do have that sleep available. All alts are also available for
They're going to
both
drop the depth
sides.
charge onto Zero Domain. Send it on in. Quasi is chunked out by the Zed to start the fight off Buhmbo. Meanwhile, in the backline, looking for an angle. The Lullaby is only onto the Shinza, but Caplot stays alive. And they're going to be able to trade it 1-4 now. Zero Domain in rough spot as the Ragnarok is in on top of him. The Exhaust to try to get some space. Quasi's able to find a big shutdown. Quasi able to get him. The flash from LilMac to trade 1-for-1. And Camper is able to just take on 2 under the tower. It is back and forth, fight after fight.
I don't think
Camper
they can.
and Curse, they're not going to go for the end.
They can't end. They can't end. Nightstone in 5 seconds has that ulti available as well, but I wasn't watching what Quasti was doing. He just melted through the front line. Envy couldn't even finish off Zeri either. Did have to burn that flash though, so that's going to be pretty crucial. But LilMacAttack, Camper, and Envy aren't going to have that flash in return. Pretty much all the same timer that they burn that flash, but going to be up at the same time for this Elder Dragon.
It's all going to come down to the Elder. It is going to be the decider on whether or not Buhmbo were able to make this a nice 3-1. We forget about all the silly stuff that's taking place through that game. You get the dub. Or if there's going to be a whole heap of momentum and on the side of LMA. Scuttle Crab going to be the first take. Elder now on the Rift.
Yep. And Nightstone.
Oh, Curse finds out. Nightstone is blown up.
That's huge.
No chance for an ulti. And now there's no chance for his mid laner. Zero Domain has to go golden, but the Sharks have surrounded him.
They need the mid wave now.
They're teleporting in. FaZe is going to try to disrupt Camper with Buhmbo at his side, but Quasi gets tagged by the bowling ball, and that means Lily's going to try to close the distance. Quasi now has a depth charge dropped on his head, and that means there's no hope for a comeback. There's all the space in the world for Envy and LilMac, and that will push us to game number 5.
Number 5.
Keep the dream of the reverse sweep alive. 35 kills in 38 minutes. Don't even bother with the Elder Dragon and tie us up 2-all.
Cue the silver scrapes for the next game. Obviously, we can't play that for copyright purposes, but we're going to take a short break.
The Riot Creator Save playlist?
No, it's not.
Okay, this actual song.
We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is game number 5 here in the DMV Grand Finals. I've got my spreadsheets out. I've got my notes on how these teams have performed. We're tossing all that aside. Game number 5, Draft and Fearless. We have no idea what these guys are going to pick. We have not seen Vi from Capilot yet this tournament. That's going to be the first pick for the side of LMA.
Indeed, as that changed the score really quick. Seems like that Yone is still taken away. Gwen, Cho'Gath, and Lee Sin on the other side. But I do like the Sivir answer into the Vi, but it seems like, yeah, I think they just wanted to take away the one snap engaged jungler that might be left. Not sure what else is available. I would like the Sivir instead of the Ziggs, but I think
Yeah, so
Quasti is more comfortable on the Ziggs. The Kha'Zix. The
Uh,
Kha'Zix. So now I have a question, because they might roll swap. This Kha'Zix is something that I think Nightstone plays quite a bit. Maybe they can go Buhmbo top. I have no idea if actually Buhmbo plays Kha'Zix or not. But despite that, we are seeing that Kha'Zix and LilMacAttack and Curse of Dragons opting to go for that Sivir Blitzcrank into that Ziggs. I really do like it.
Yeah, Curse always stilted towards those hook champions, wants to be the playmaker. Sometimes it ends up like the Pike game, and sometimes it ends up like the better Nautilus game we got in game number 4. FaZe has been pretty versatile, but like back half of the split, it's been all engaged for him. This time, it looks like it's going to be some disengage here with the Tom Kench. I'm always a fan of Thomas. I'm a fan of defensive champions. This has been traditionally a pick that Blitz is meant to counter because he can shred the shield. He can hook someone away from Thomas. So maybe not feeling all too great about it, especially playing a defensive pick alongside something like the Kha'Zix.
I don't love the TK. I can't lie to you. I feel like it just doesn't really do anything to the Sivir. I feel like, yes, it can take away the Vi threat. You know, it takes away the Ziggs or the Kha'Zix away from the Vi threat. Maybe even the mid laner could, to keep Zero Domain safe. I'm not sure what he might play in this game. But yeah, I don't love the Vi pick. Or the TK pick. I think it's not a very, they had support counter pick as well. They don't have anything to counteract that either. Yeah, we'll just have to see what they have in store. They're taking away that Gnar again. They do need some AP on the other side. I would like to see something like a Kennen from Camper on Duty. I feel like he can actually blind that pick in this late. Looks like they're just taking away things that might be tank counter picks away from Nightstone.
A Galio band away as well. The one thing I am curious about as well, and I think this kind of goes with the TK pick as well, is that Ziggs currently does not have anything to help him land his R, or the sweet spot rather. Kha'Zix isn't going to set him up for that. TK isn't really going to set him up for that. The Abyssal Dive, very easy to dodge if it's not follow-up. Rune Prison is something, as Zero Domain is going to go for the Rise.
I mean, again, Rise also is lacking the CC. I mean, obviously, LilMacAttackers are playing champions that, do clump up a little bit. Obviously, the Aura, I feel like, is very good in this kind of situation. Is able to, it's not immobile, so it doesn't have to, sit around for the Kha'Zix, and can have easy access on the Ziggs. Is also a strong link into Rise pretty early on. Obviously, Rise gets stronger as the game progresses, but I do like this Aurora pick quite a bit. I feel like it synergizes well with the Vi. Can even kind of burst whatever Blitzcrank kind of hooks in, as well as we see a Volibear from Camper, something I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah. I mean, he pulled this out a bit in DMV Winter. You had firsthand experience witnessing the power of the Demigod Bear. It can definitely be very powerful in the lane, but if lane does not go his way, it becomes very useless. We'll see if there's any solution for Nightstone. The Kale solution.
I would like to see Jax. Yeah, I was just gonna say that the Jax is a very good pick here, in my opinion. I think it solves a lot of their issues as well. I feel like it kind of stumps their engages in like the the front line. It kind of gives their team space to play as well. Jax is very tanky as the game goes on, but also gives them, uh, a little bit more skirmishing power. I feel like along with this Kha'Zix, I feel like Kha'Zix will really look to play topside this game, um, into the Volibear kind of vibe matchup. Look for maybe pressure with the Jax push, but I think Camper has experience playing in this lane. I'm not sure how much Jax Nightson has played thus far, but regardless, I think this Jax pick is very good for their team comp. That being said, I still very much favor LilMacAttackers comp. I think it's more simple to play, but what do you think?
Hey, I'm the play-by-play. I'm not allowed to have these opinions.
You've had opinions. You've had opinions. You're allowed to voice them.
I'm a Ziggs believer. I think this champion is not fair. And I think against something like Volibear against Vi, he can be very safe. Now, to be fair, the rest of the comp doesn't really like playing with Ziggs. The Kha'Zix isn't going to help him do much. The Tom Kench is nice to deny the Vi, but it does feel like BAF is not so much a team that's going to try to poke and prod you from distance. It is one that's going to try to set up in the sides with the Jax, with the Rise, and just kind of try to go about their business. I think, like you said, the LMA team comp has the straightforward buttons of a Wild, of a Blitzcrank hook to try to make plays. And Sivir can be a fantastic hyper carry when there is no true tank on the side of BAF.
Yep.
So that was a lot of words to say. I don't really know.
Yeah. Like we say, as always, we'll just have to see. I think the only patterns we've had this game is kind of bot lane being literally just on site, just fight to the death at level 1. But apart from that, pretty much not really much difference. I feel like we're gonna see a little bit more action in the mid jungle, mid top area. I feel like bot gonna be a little bit of a snooze fest this game, unless obviously Blitzcrank lands a hook onto Ziggs. TK might be able to just get out kind of scot free with his second health bar, but Aurora actually gonna take a little bit of short break. Sorry, I forgot to set up the thing. Sorry, guys. All right, that was a very short break as we want to get this show on the road. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, I need to make one more. Okay, we're good. All right. Yeah, as I was saying, I feel like Aurora does not opt, or Envy, I guess, didn't opt for that ignite. I feel like this is maybe a situation where you might want to take ignite, considering Rise's considerably weaker early game and Aurora's stronger one. Let's take that. Envy decided to respect this time, going for that TP. Maybe wants to play a little bit more team oriented this time. But I do like that. I do like that.
Yeah, it is also team oriented for Camper with the teleport, excuse me. Whereas Night's Dawn being the scaling side lane Jax electing for the ignite worked out kind of well on the Shen in game number 3. Even if they didn't win that game, he was very dominant in the lane phase. So we'll see if you can translate that here on the Jax. Jungler's going to start on opposite sides of the Rift this time around. And I will say, across all these compositions, across all these interesting Game 5 shenanigans we've got, I'm very concerned about this Kha'Zix. I feel like if you don't get ahead on this champ, he just splats against the windshield every single fight. The empowered spike rack can only do so much to try to make the champion useful.
Yep.
And it feels like a lot is on Buhmbo's shoulders to make sure that this early game is not dictated by the MVP and Capalot.
Yeah, it's true. And looks like they got a hook here.
Hooking onto Quasti phase, though, buying some space with that Abyssal Dive. He's now going to be the one under fire with another uppercut from Curse. FaZe does not have that thick skin. He's getting down very, very low. Heal has to be expended by the Ziggs to make sure that they get out of that one.
All right, it's a big hook from Curse of Dragons, but I think he might look for another one here. No defensive sums available. Class D obviously has that TP, but very good by Curse of Dragons to have them take the long way around. Not going to lose much, unfortunately, for LilMacAttackers, but all
Oh, they
things
did drop a kid,
considered,
because of the aura.
despite that. But yeah, as I was saying, I think, when in doubt, just pick your comfort. I feel like that's a situation that Camper found himself in this game. Sir
Curse
Domain.
is gonna roam, flash, uppercut, and the hook. Envy though doesn't have any more damage. They get the ghost out from Zero Domain at the end of it all.
Yeah, Flash Burn from Curse of Dragons. I think he's okay with that. Capelot's here, though, and does have that flash available, but makes himself revealed. And Buhmbo's
Now
also
Buhmbo has
here.
so little HP to try to help his mid here. Zero is going to flash the Volt Breaker. Buhmbo finishing the crab and says, "Boss, I don't want to fight this one." And so they are able to get out of that. Both sums now gone for the rise.
Yeah, smart play by him. But, yep, and I think Buhmbo, as we said, is just picking that comfortable
Night
matchup
Spawn could be
as
in trouble here. Ignite is going to be dropped, though, and that's going to turn the fight in his favor. A solo kill for the BAF top laner.
and I feel like I am obligated to say that B Morse has just dropped $100 donation to DMV, so that will be going straight to the prize pool for the winners of this match. I just wanted to shout out B Morse. Thank you, B Morse, so much. I love you. But yeah, big solo kill from Night's Dawn there. That ignite made all the difference, I feel like. But also, Camper opted to go for that boots armor rush instead of a more aggressive item like the longsword. But yeah, I mean this is pretty bad for Camper, in my opinion. I feel like Night's Dawn, once he dinks that 6, he's just gonna destroy Camper. There's like not really much the Volibear can do at this point. I think his window of beating him has kind of passed, and he might be in trouble on this wave.
I'm gonna go ahead and say if your time has passed at 5 minutes, it's not a great thing. But Zero Domain's window for dying is wide open with him not having any summoners, but is able to get some speed and get himself out of there. As Curse not gonna find that rocket grab.
Yep, I think Curse of Dragons just wanted to wait as long as possible for his jungle to get there, but wasn't able to find the hook, unfortunately. And Camper is suffering. I'm not sure if you see, but his wave is in a very bad spot, and he's weak side. I feel like Curse of Dragons at this point should reset and run top, but he does stop his reset to try and play for something more in the bot lane. But Camper's in big trouble here.
Yeah, he's gonna try to get this wave
He's
in,
dead.
but he's gonna get the bad news of everyone coming up to
Oh,
this
he's
top side.
alive.
Zero Domain even getting here with the ulti, but he does not have enough HP to really commit to this one.
So we'll play by
He's even gonna have
Camper.
his back.
I don't love this from Camper. He can get rooted up here, but looks like he does stop Zero Domain from doing anything funny. And still nobody's on the top side. Curse of Dragons is now coming. I feel like he should have been here maybe 15 seconds ago, but I think Camper might be in big, big trouble here.
They're gonna let Nightstone go for the counter strike here. Zero Domain did start tanking the tower. He'll be a-okay. Nightstone flashing to get that heat off, and Curse is here. Nightstone is gonna get
Nice hook.
a
But he does have
rocket
that
grab.
does have that leap available, but
Yeah, he's got no way out. Here comes Caplot around the bend with the cease and desist.
yeah, I mean,
So that will do them in there, but Buhmbo able to ding level 6 himself off of the top crab.
it's good for Capalot, I guess, and I guess Rise did get some things going, or sorry, Aurora got some things going for her, and like picking up a few more XP than the Rise, but still, Camper on duty is very, very far behind at this point.
Yeah, Lucidity boots on the bear is only gonna do so much when the ground beneath him is trembling with Nightstone here. It was 20 CS ahead in a matchup that we liked for the Jacks. I did not anticipate it going quite this way early on. We'll see if there's any more plays to be made. I mean, the Vi is going to be waiting around for that ulti before really making too many plays. We once again have both supports around the mid lane, as has been standard for this series.
Yep. And I feel like as long as they can maintain their lead in the top side of the map, I feel like they're in a really good position. Zero Domain, obviously free scaling. Is a little bit of CS down, but that's fine on the rise given the counter matchup. And Nightstone is just completely laying down the staff on camper. He's lost so many minions, so many waves at this point, so much XP. There's going to be a level down, I believe, pretty soon once Nightstone clears this wave. And he just cannot
It's
walk
going to
up.
be There's going to be plenty of members from LMA on the top side of the map for this Grubs. Knight's not actually jumping in. Could have been at a misopportune time. Here comes the Stormbringer, and here comes the Blitzcrank. But Nightstone still able to find a kill with the Grandmaster's Might. Capella has to flash in on top of him. Meanwhile, MV finds a solo kill in mid. Buhmbo is not going to do much on the Void Bug up here. It is 2 kills, though, going to LMA.
2 kills. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Did Envy find a solo kill?
Yeah, he soloed him out.
Oh, my
Flash ult.
goodness. Oh, my goodness. Envy turning the tides. I feel like in the first 4 games, he's been kind of not doing so hot. I guess the Kali game went pretty good for him in the early game, but other than that, not too great for him in this series. Um, Despite that, though, he is always trying to get himself in the game, get himself involved. So doesn't seem like someone who gets overly tilted, always trying to win the game. And I've had a lot of respect for that kind of player.
And tons of perseverance on these playmakers, and off to a good start. Okay, that rock grab got a bit too close for comfort, but I mean, as the rise, like you said, it's the matchup that Envy wanted here with the Aurora. So if you're Zero Domain, you're just working towards like, okay, let me get the stacking items, let me get that actualizer, and get the business here. In about 20 minutes. Right now, Rise is not clocked in just yet. We will have the Umbral Glaive completed, and Triforce, I think, more importantly, completed for Nightstone, who, despite getting visited by a lot of LilMacAttackers, is still in a very, very good position in this lane. This is an absolute beatdown on the top side. We've seen mid lane beatdowns throughout this series. It has not been like this in the top lane, but there's a hook in on to FaZe, and that Static Shock is going to break apart the thick skin and force the Flash out of FaZe.
Yep. It's really good for him. Camper on Duty's wave is once again. Oh, actually, that sound looks like he's going to all in Camper, and he doesn't have that ulti quite available just yet. He has to relinquish a lot of plates here. Zero Domain is even trying to look for a dive, but it's not going to be able to find the bear. This is rough. This is rough. This is also really bad for the rest of the game because I think in this sort of scenario, Jack's getting ahead is like the worst thing that can happen because he's just so good into every single one of their champions.
Well, when in doubt, target the mid lane has been the name of the game for the attackers, but this time Zero Domain pops the Flash and will be okay.
Yep. And during that time, Kapala and LilMacAttack are duoing the dragon, so they're going to be able to pick up the second one there pretty shortly as Envy and Crystal Dragons just try to impose their will upon mid lane. Buhmbo's looking here for something, though.
Curse doesn't have Flash, locked up by the Rune Prison, and the Kha'Zix is going to find himself a nice little mid lane snack there on the Blitzcrank.
I feel like they were playing a little bit too aggressive there considering the play that was on the map. Walking up a little bit too far, the Pittsburgh duo. Envy is also still here trying to collect this wave. I'm just going to be able to do so.
So meanwhile, we pan to the bot laners where there's not much to say. They've been ping-ponging waves back and forth. I think the only thing to note is what Chroma Pizza LilMac is packing, as Nightstone is meanwhile wailing away on this tower. He's going to get visited by 3 members of the enemy team. Counter-Strike is going to get immune by the ulti from Camper, as Nightstone's going to try to leap his way out of this one. Has Buhmbo behind him. Still has to burn the Flash.
Yep, and
He's
Nightstone going to be...
by the way,
he's
that LilMac has.
He's gonna be pretty happy about that outcome regardless. He dragged 3 members up to the top side, and he still got the tower with nothing lost. I guess the flash is the only thing, but who cares? Jax has a leap anyway. Crystal Dragon's locked behind the minion, so not being able to find a hook here. Zero Domain just
Oh no,
baiting him.
Zero
Doesn't
Domain
have that
does
flash.
have the comforting stomach of Tom Kench, I always say, to get out of that one.
Just baiting him to kind of get into that one.
But now there's no Devour for the cease and desist out from Capilot.
They do that enough
Envy now going to
damage.
try to get in here with the Between Worlds. Zero Domain is able to stay alive now. FaZe going to just get the stun and dive his way out of there.
I feel like it's just going to get harder and harder to be able to kill this Rise. They need to get the Sivir involved somehow to kind of start pumping damage, because a lot of their damage is very upfront. Envy is actually going for this Storm Surge to try and one-shot the Rise or the Ziggs, I guess, but I don't love it in this sort of scenario.
The FaZe check into the bush from Nightstorm, but he doesn't really care. I was thinking like, hey, maybe if you're Nightstorm, you don't actually want to take this tower. You want to make sure that you can keep Camper trapped in a shorter lane. But I don't think he quite cares about opening himself up. He'll deal with it. He'll leap strike out.
Yep, that he will. I don't think he has a care in the world. I'm not gonna lie at this point. LilMacAttack,
Oh,
obviously
LilMacAttack.
scaling where he can, but Buhmbo is bot side, and they don't have vision on him just yet. Oh, I guess they do have vision on him.
Yeah, they use the On the Hunt to try to get Capilot in range, but I mean, he doesn't have ulti. Isn't going to really full send it there.
Yeah, I mean,
until an opportunity presents itself now, as Quasti went a bit too far forward. Good satchel, but Quasti still has to burn the flash. FaZe now in the area to shepherd his ADC out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the gold lead isn't that big, obviously. I mean, it's 2K at this point, which is, I guess, is relatively big, but this this problem here in the top side is getting a little bit out of hand, wouldn't you say?
There's only so many ways we can say it's going rough in the top side. There's only so many adjectives we have at our disposal.
It's getting worse. It's somehow worse than it already was.
Capilot is here to try to salvage a morose situation, as meanwhile it is a play in mid. Zero Domain will not get assistance from his catfish in time. Unfortunate that the kill goes to the robot.
Not great. The Clinker picks that one up. Unfortunately, as looks
but now
like
there might be more action.
Looks like
Curse
God
find the
himself
hook
has graced
onto
us with his
FaZe.
presence, as Nightstar has entered the fray, but FaZe.
All right, 2 kills to the side of the LilMacAttackers. Going to open up an opportunity for this Rift Herald. Nightstar wishing he stayed at home for that one. He'll make a new home in the bot lane, no big deal. But
yeah, no big
side
deal
of
at all.
LilMacAttackers, despite the chasm that is erupted in the top lane, they are proactive. They're finding plays around their Vi Aurora. And the Blitzcrank, especially for Cursed Dragons, has been great here in game number 5.
Yeah, I'm assuming Nightstar is just like, hey, can you guys just do nothing while I, like, just win the game on my own? Obviously, I feel like Envy is going to do a little bit better into the Jax, but we'll have to see when the wave, or he starts getting weak-sided, rather. But looks like Jax mates is coming to the bot lane. I feel like, or mid lane. I feel like all eyes are on the Jax. Wherever he goes is where the action should be at this point. Not a lot of action in the other sides. Kha'Zix has been largely invisible. Ziggs has been queuing.
To be.
And
as Buhmbo now going to try to leap from the shadows and forces out Envy. Big chunk there on the enemy mid laner. Envy does have teleport if they want to continue dragon stacking.
Hey, but you know who else is here? The Jax.
First is going to force a flash out of Zero Domain, but now he's rooted up by the Rune Prison. Capilot is not going to find a Vault Breaker into the pit. Camper on duty did make his way down here as well, but there is no fight to be had.
Yep, and Camper on duty is going to make his way down on the ball. Is
Capalot still
Capalot.
wants to go. Cease and desist in onto the Ziggs, just trying to solo out the enemy carry. As Quasti can't deal with the Vi, they have to use the Devour, and now they're
Oh
piling on
my
through with the Between Worlds.
god.
Zero Domain will get the
Oh
minions,
my
but he's
god.
met with disaster in the mid lane. Nightstone nowhere to be seen on my screen, and a big win for LilMacAttackers.
What a play from Capalot. Once again, finding time and time again the play that helps their team just catapult into victory. I mean, they just, whenever it looks bad, Capalot just makes a play and it's just all fine. Nobody worry. Camper, don't worry. Envy, don't worry. It's all fine. We just kill them all.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great confidence to know, like, hey, the Jax has shown himself bot. We can just force the issue here. I'm not scared of diving in on top of the Ziggs and preventing him from playing. This Kha'Zix is not going to be super useful right now. This is our time. We have a strong mid jungle duo. Let's make it work. They do just that. Modest 1K gold lead here for the side of LMA. A lot of that, of course, concentrated in that mid jungle. Gonna have a scuffle topside. Nightstone, though, showing his might up against the MVP. A big shutdown for the Jax. Quasti here for moral support, and an expert caster curse once again to bring the game back to even parity.
Indeed, that seems to be the case. Seems like we shouldn't say anything. Maybe we should caster curse Nightstone. He's doing so well. Envy might be in a little bit of trouble here because he's on the wrong side of the map, as Buhmbo is here to try and pick up something. Oh, Nightstone!
He's immune. If he's immune to caster curses, how has he lost 2 games?
I'm not sure. We didn't go over that actually.
We stopped this man. He's challenging the power structure. He has absolutely shown why he has been probably the best top laner throughout this tournament in many folks' eyes. A lot of the big staple top laners that we saw in DMV Winter, like Grussel, Camper on Duty, you know, he came back later, but he wasn't there at the start, were present for this round of DMV Summer, and you've had guys like Nightstone that have come in and really been able to show their stuff here in the top lane for Summer.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I feel like. Oh, hook goes wide again, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. Nightstone, no matter what he's playing, he just seems to have an impact, regardless of what champ. As FaZe is now 0-3 on the Frog.
Yeah, it's not looking great there on the Toad for FaZe. Is kind of one of the issues you have with this champion. Thick skin is nice, but he is still very vulnerable when going out for vision. As Realm Warp has to be extended by Zero Domain as he fears the play here from the Vi and the Blitzcrank. Just going to make sure he's got more than enough space to work with. All right, what do we think's going to happen here? We've got Nightstone and Camper in a 1v1. There is no blue champions in a 2-mile radius of this bear. Hold your breath, folks. Place your bets. Oh, there it is. Nightstone with the kill. 6 now to his name on the Jax. Buhmbo going to use that opportunity to steal away the all-important Gromper. 40 seconds before the dragon is on the map.
Yeah.
And Nightstone now might be overstepping.
Capalot
Capalot is here.
here.
It is just Vi and Blitzcrank for now, though.
No ults available for the Vi at this point in time, but Nightstone is just going to continue his wrath on the bear. I feel like as time goes on as well, Camper will get weaker and weaker because the Volibear falls off, and Jax just keeps getting stronger and stronger as a champ that scales. But you would hope that, you know, it would be the other way around, you know, like the Jax won early because he's a stronger early game champ, but that's actually not the case. So we're just gonna have to hope that these team fights for them can go better. LilMacAttack is very, very far away from his team before this dragon spawns.
Yeah, they're going to focus it on down with that Kha'Zix isolated damage. Zero domain working on the flank
It's
here
gone.
as
It's
the
gone.
rise. Capilot doesn't even have a chance. Q smite from Buhmbo. And now we are evened up at 2 dragons apiece.
It's so hard to pull for them because Capilot has most of their team's gold. If he dies, it is very, very bad for them. And Camper on Duty was in no position to kind of jump in there by himself either.
And I mean, that time that the side of the Buhmbo Aura farmers are able to buy here just lets the other folks scale up, lets the Rise stack up these mana items, and lets Nightsong continue to do things like this, saying, you know what, I don't need to just beat up on a bear. I can expand my repertoire to rabbits as well. Envy is able to use Between Worlds to buy enough space and call down his jungler, just as his top laner has done many times before him.
Nightstone, no ulti available, no hop available. Capilot, will he be able to have enough damage here?
The Zonias is
It
going to
doesn't
get
really
burned, and
matter, but
Envy is able to chunk through that Jax.
on the other side, Baron not quite started up, I guess. I feel like they should be maybe starting something, but they don't really have the damage. I feel like Kha'Zix is going to be their main source of damage as he pulls away the blue and he smites it away. Actually, Camper on Duty going to try to look for something here. They do have the numbers advantage, and Capilot is chasing slowly, doesn't have that ult, but they might start the Baron here.
Yeah, they're going to start hitting it. Nightstone not alive for 20 seconds and no TP even when he's up. This does maybe give Ziggs an opportunity to throw in some pot shots.
Ooh.
Hook goes wide. Camper getting very low. And now Super Mega Inferno Bomb forcing out the locket.
This Baron does a ton of damage.
FaZe has found Envy on the side. The Aurora has to flash. And now maybe
This looks bad.
LMA are not going to have the fight any, but a beautiful hook finds the Ziggs. Now Rise, though, is just EQing across the team. Camper trying to find his way in, but it's a triple to Buhmbo's Kha'Zix before he gets the soul ripped out of him by Envy's Aurora. Capilot is still alive. There's no smite. There's no Kha'Zix in the pit. They need to find this Vi. She's in for the steal. And now Envy will happily give his life if he must, but he's able to bounce between worlds.
He needs to, as long as he survives, everything is okay.
The fight. Buhmbo may have won the fight, but as long as they have some Barons, I think the LilMacAttackers will take that trade.
As long as they have Capilot, they are still in this game. He can do no wrong. Another objective stolen. Felt like they were safe to start that, given that Capilot had to exit very, very fast in that fight. Feel like the picture wasn't what they were looking for, though. They were able to find Aurora on the flank as well and stall enough time for Buhmbo to kind of get a flank there. All things worked out in the end with the Baron, but still a lot of gold over to the enemy team.
We'll see how much they can get out of this Baron. Anything particular looking for them? Only 2 members, though, wearing purple here for any kind of siege.
Classy, nice sidestep on him. But I know, I just think Nightstone just needs to keep splitting. I feel like they can't really deal with him. And as long as Nightstone is involved, I feel like there's not really a fight that can go wrong for them. We need to reset now for the inhib threat. I feel like Nightstone might even be able to pick it up before they get there for the inhib tower at the very minimum.
Capilot had a Baron empowered recall, so he'll be able to get out there, stop the menace of Jaxus Maximus. But that does open up an opportunity. We haven't been able to talk much about the Ziggs, but he's also, of course, a demolition expert when he can get the satchel down onto the tower like he does here. And that is now 4 towers reduced to rubble for Buhmbo Aura farmers.
Yeah, a little bit hard when there's only 2 members with Baron so far, but they're going to look at Zero Domain here, actually.
Yeah, but now the Vault Breaker is going to come up in time to cancel that Realm Warp. And now Zero Domain does not have any options out of this one. They're even able to give the kill over to Sivir. They TP everyone in.
Oh my
God,
and
Nightstone gets exploded on the side.
Nightstone falling is actually so bad for them. They still have this Baron available for them for a little bit of time. They have a window to look for a big push here. Dragon is also coming up. This is sole point for Capilot's team.
Buhmbo will try to attempt an assassination. An Inferno Bomb able to land the finishing blow. And so no Aurora now on the map, as Capilot, though, just focusing on what matters, stacking some dragons, the neutral objectives. And we'll be able to lock that one up even with a dead mid laner.
Yep.
And once again, just like game number 4, we're 28 minutes in, and the gold is in a dead even state. It is
Yep.
a pretty big lead for the Vi, for the Aurora, matched by the massive lead of this Jax. As Buhmbo is going to steal away a Scuttle Crabs, as you know, Kazakhs can still do something. You're 28 minutes in.
He's he's doing his thing. He's running around, doing some damage, stealing some camps. In all seriousness, I feel like he hasn't been playing too bad, but yeah, definitely not as much impact as this Via is having. It could be the nature of the champs. It could be the player. But despite that, I feel like both of these junglers really need to prop up their team at this point in time.
I mean, I'll say the champion with the CC is a lot better at propping up their team than the one who can, at best, do a 50% slow, something like that.
I don't know if he actually leveled up his W, but if he evolved it, it's a 99% slow, I believe, for 1.5 seconds or 1 second. Shiv seems to be speechless to that information, so we'll be moving on.
I've lost the camera. 1 second. Yeah, this camera sucks.
I think
League client working as intended, but it is going to be the side of DAF trying to make sure the Rise does not fall again.
Yeah, obviously, even though this Rise is 0-4, he's still extremely, extremely strong. He's going to do a lot of damage. So these sides are just, they're suffering. I feel like they have to help whoever is side laning against Nightstone. And the best option for that, it seems at this point, is Envy. But even Envy does need help, given how strong he is with those 3 items. Looking for something
Capilot,
here.
Nice satchel from Quasty, but does Capilot still find an angle? Yes, he does. There's the season's dance, but a beautiful devour from FaZe to get him away from the grab. It's still a 4v3 with Envy around the bend. A massive between worlds to execute all the members of Buhmbo Aura Farmers. And the side laners are nowhere to be seen with 5 members strong for LMA.
Nightstone did have that TP, but I mean, it was just not enough for Quasty to escape there. The Devourer was there.
Zero Domain caught under the tower.
What has he done? That's game. The comeback
Nightstone
from the LilMacAttackers
on his shoulders here to see if he can put a stop to this. Can the Jax be the one-man army? The wave is piling on through. Here he goes. Flash counter strike on the 4 is massive, but the damage isn't there just yet. FaZe arrives on the scene, as that's going to be 1 kill onto Camper. The Hulk hits, but Nightstone has the counter strike back up to immune some damage from the Sivir. Now needs to make himself scarce as the boomerangs are getting a lot of damage through, and Nightstone has done enough to keep the game going.
Nightstone saves the day. He's looking for more TP out of base. For a flank, they need to look on the go-ahead. Here. It's here.
Inferno Bomb is going to slow the retreat, as here comes the Jax once again. Not ready to let the show stop until he says so. 2 more kills, and now another TP from Quasty to the top lane. We're going coast to coast here in game number 5. The Ziggs is going to try to demolish that inhibitor tower, is able to get it. We'll see if Nightstone can open up anything, or if they're just going to go for Baron.
Baron is on the menu. Soul point coming for them as well. I don't believe Capilot will be up in time to get that soul secured for his team. What a game. What a series. Nightstorm saves the day for his team. What a performance he's having today.
I mean, even early in this series, when he was being put on tank duty, he was finding critical plays on the Malphite, on the Ornn. And now that he's, even now he's at least in a fantastic position on the carries. The KO game will scrap that one, not a real champion, whatever. As he might be caught out. I mean, can get blown up.
Drag
In
up in
this
5
Aurora, Envy does a
seconds.
ton of damage.
Nightstorm, does he have that TP? I think he TP'd earlier, right? It seems like it's a little bit bugged, but he is going to be able to walk it back as they're going to look for more. FaZe might be in trouble
But a
here.
hook is going to get canceled out as FaZe is not going to be able to escape over that wall. They use the cease and desist to hammer home that frog, and Cloud Soul now up for the taking.
Soul is so important for this team. This is one of the most powerful souls in the game as well. Nightstorm gonna
Still
take what he can. They
Baron.
still have Baron. They need to reset fast. Or risk losing an inhib, maybe. Looks like they're gonna be able to get back just in time. Nightstorm looking for maybe a top inhib, but thinks better of it. And I feel like with this situation, they need to look for some sort of fight. I feel like they are just so much stronger than them at this point in time. They don't see anyone just yet. Capelot fishing for something, but no one around to find that cease and desist on. They're gonna run to Buhmbo here, actually, who could be in trouble.
Buhmbo is
Capelot.
going to try to leap away. Capelot doesn't pull the R button there. Didn't want to go right into the edge of night, so going to settle for some camps here.
Very tense situations now. It's a game of inches, and Envy might be the one in trouble here. Has that ulti available,
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
going to
not
be
might
between
not be
worlds to
enough.
try to escape, and he will be able to.
And
Nightstone not able to find anything.
that Cloud Soul move speed was all the difference there, I feel like.
So it gives some grace to that Aurora, and Envy stepping up here. He's the super sub coming in for Burrito Bear. There's been some games where, Zero Domain just has your number and you got to move on. But he's been finding great plays, completely burst out Nightstone before critical objectives. Has been great on the Aurora. This time from start to finish, right? This time it
from
has
start to
not been a
finish.
rough lane into a great find in the mid game. This time it has been Envy on the front foot, looking to drive the dagger through here in game number 5.
Yep, a rough start with that 0-2 start in both of those first 2 games. Also on the next 2 games, but they were able to find a way to come back in those fights, never gave up. And now we're sitting in a game 5, pretty much dead even. 3K gold at this point in the game doesn't matter too much. Inhibs respawning now as they're just biding their time for the next objective.
I want to say here, as we have, we've talked about Capelot as the MVP. We've talked about Zero Domain as the main man for the Buhmbo Aura Farmers, who's still looking for that first DMV title. We thought this for sure. He's number 1 seed. The team looks to be great even when he doesn't have a great game. But now they've been pushed here in this best of 5 from 2-0 down all the way to a game number 5. And it is Zero Domain not having his best performance. He's obviously very strong on the rise, but at this point, maybe gave over a bit more than he needed to early on. Feels like everything is just like hinging on Nightstone's Jax at this point, and there's a lot of strong members on the side of LMA to take into account. This Sivir has quietly built up a very solid resume here in this game. This Aurora burst can come out of nowhere.
Yeah, pretty much full build on everyone at this point. Everyone else is kind of just building, the defensive items at this point. Everyone's damage is ready to go. They have all their cores. It's just going to come down, like I said at the beginning of the draft, it's going to come down to execution. Who can get it done? Who can look for that play?
Right now, both teams are squaring off for some vision. They don't want to give this Blitzcrank an angle or any sort of hooks out of fog. Nightstone not even going to the side lane. Wants to make sure that he's around. We're just going to go for a bit of a NARAM, KRAM, DRAM, whatever we want to call it. As Envy is going to look for the burst, Quasty immediate flash, and Zonia's. And now Envy is going to walk face first into the Jax. Has his own Zonia's. Camper is chunked out on the front side as they turn onto Nightstone, but he's got his stopwatch.
Huge
a beautiful hook, though, is going to connect. Zero domain is blown up. It's up to Nightstone to be the man, but he's up against 5. FaZe is going to be able to devour him as Kappa finds the back line. And Little
That's
Mac
it!
rips through
Quadra for
a
LilMacAttack!
kill. Give it to him.
No,
They won't do it, but it is the man on the 10. It is the man whose name is on the bus. The Little Mac gets a quadra kill to end game number 5. This band of misfits that has come together, united for their fallen top laner and spearheaded by the MVP, is going to finish the reverse sweep to win DMV Summer 2026. Give it up for the LilMacAttackers.
Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god. Quite possibly the greatest final, maybe the greatest DMV match I've ever seen in my life. I mean, Shiv, just complete domination those 3 last games from Capalot, the MVP. I mean, they gave it to him for a reason. Everyone voted for him for a reason. And the supporting cast he had from Camper, from Envy, the super sub, from LilMacAttack himself, and obviously Curse of Dragons, their rock of a support. What a performance this DMV. What a performance in this finals. Props off to them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all for the captain, right? I can't win. Dropped out early on due to the injury. Camper has been valiant coming in, and they've all been doing it for that man, doing it for their fallen comrade, as we've heard from Curse and others on the team. Fantastic win and an absolutely fantastic finals.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll be moving everyone in for a post-game interview, the very last one of this split.
Hello.
Hold on, as we move everyone. I'm trying to move everyone at least. I think I have to move them like this. Yeah, I have to move them like this. Give me a sec. Why can't I move them in here? Hello?
Hello.
I think it worked.
Okay. Nice. Hello, everyone. Hello, LilMacAttackers. I wish I Can't Win here was here, your original captain. But everyone is here. Burrito Bear is even back from the dead. Who knows where that guy went in the final match. But tell me what's going on through your minds for that reverse sweep. Let's start with LilMacAttack.
Yeah, LilMacAttack.
Wait, for what? The reverse sweep?
The reverse sweep.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of doomer. Won't lie to you. Gonna keep it straight. But I think that everybody on my team has some insane pools. I think I was the only one that I think we were all scared of what we would pick. If
No, we weren't. No, we weren't.
No, we definitely were.
No,
But-
we weren't. No, we
We all
weren't.
believed. I mean, like at the end of the day, I wasn't gonna crutch on some APC like other AD carries in this tournament. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But I was gonna play
boy.
AD till it through, so it was this or misfortune. APCs are corny. I don't know. It was light, I guess.
Hey, you know what they say, man? Good guys always win.
God, dude.
Hoopers always win.
Ethical Hoopers always win. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, very much respect to everyone who figured out like different metas to play throughout this tournament. I really respect different ways to play. But that being said, traditional always the best. But that being said, Lil Mac or Capalot the MVP, please tell us your thoughts on this entire series. I feel like there's a
The MVP? Oh
few
my god.
instances where these games were kind of getting away from you guys, but you always seem to find the right play and pull it back in your favor.
Yeah, nah. Well, the first game was pretty close, so losing that was kind of rough. The second game was kind of like a stomp ish based on comp, so we were kind of down after that. But like after a few good plays in game three, like I knew the game was still winnable, and I think after that we just built up a lot of momentum because that game we were down as well, but we managed to come back. So we knew that we could win the series after that.
Yep, and I think everyone just fired on all cylinders. Everyone just knew what to do at the exact right time. Camper on Duty, tell us about your experience as a super sub in this situation. This is your second DMV Finals win in a row. Obviously, you didn't start with this team, but it matters how you ended. I guess we don't talk about the ending too much because of the Volibear, but regardless, please tell us how you felt subbing in for this team up till now.
Oh, to be honest, I wasn't like my first time subbing. I didn't know any of them, but I was happy they gave me the opportunity to sub and eventually play for their team. But everyone has really good vibes, and like there's no really like any toxicity or anything in this team. So it's really fun to play.
Thank you. We love you, Camper.
All right. I'm getting to Burrito Bear last because I guess he got here late. But Envy, tell us your experience as a super sub. Obviously, those games, they didn't go so hot. The first couple games, it was a little rough for you, especially some of the losses. But I think you really showed some serious resilience. We thought you were out of the game a lot, like for pretty much a lot of the time in both of the games that you played that were like pretty much stompy from literally minute one. But you always found a way to come back, and I think in this one you really showed how well you can perform from minute one. So tell us your experience.
Yeah, so the first two games were a little depressing, and honestly, going into the third game after getting solo killed for the ntth time, I was like 1-5 on the RE game, game 3, and I was feeling down. And then a flash of inspiration fell over me as I RE flash Casty to get a crucial winning team fight. And from that moment, I knew I was locked the fuck in, and I was going to help to be the best sub that they ever could have asked for.
Last DMV, you fell short against the eventual winners, but this DMV, you found a dub. Obviously, in the form of a sub, but a dub is a dub regardless.
A dub is a dub.
Thank you. All right, Burrito Bear, tell us your thoughts sitting on the sideline. Of course, you've played with this team for 8 weeks now. You weren't able to make the final, but how was it supporting your team from the sidelines today and seeing them win it all?
It was a roller coaster of emotions. So I was like here in the call since like game one. Just like hearing all the comms. It was just like listening to like a soccer match through like a radio. Like at first it was going downhill until I think game 3. And then after the first one, I'm just like, we got this. And then the second, and then the last game. And the moment I heard Capalot saying end, I was so hyped. It was amazing. I don't know. It was I can't explain the feeling. It's just amazing.
And you're no stranger to that feeling of victory. Obviously, you took a dub, you took a trophy home with Academy earlier this year. So you've got to feel pretty happy about the streak you've been on recently. But all in all, thank you guys so much. I think this was like one of the greatest matches I've watched, not even like in DMV, but like probably in history. I think it was just, like as Burrito Bear said, to quote him, such a roller coaster of emotion. Like there were so many times where like me and Shiv both like counted you guys out. Even in game 3, it looked so dicey. We're like, okay, we're gonna get to, I guess, rest our voices and go home pretty quick here. But you guys just came back and you had that momentum all the way to the finish. So props to you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you, Hoftek. Thank you.
Shiv, you have anything to say?
My team captain, bro.
Pour one out for him. He couldn't join us today. But Shiv, please, final remarks.
Can't believe I didn't have my real mic for this. I can't believe I had to do it for the headset mic. We fried the compression like 50 times. And I need a throat lozenge. That was fantastic.
Damn, no interview for me. Shoot to me.
I forgot.
guess.
About,
Curse
about-
Dragons.
Man,
No,
Hops
it's
is a
okay, it's
bad
okay.
guy,
No,
dude. This guy's actually a bad guy. This is a
I
fucking
understand how
bad
the
guy,
commissioner
dude.
feels about me. I know how the commissioner feels about me. It's okay.
The organization.
Bad guy, dude.
I honestly completely forgot about
Yeah,
that.
fucking
Alright,
fucking
alright.
Adam
No,
Silver,
you
dude.
Wait,
didn't see me in the
okay,
game
okay.
anyway.
Yo,
so
time out. I counted
All right,
five.
Mr.
I
Dragons,
counted
Mr.
five
Dragons.
because-
Let's get to what really matters here.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
get to the heart of the issue.
sure.
Why did you pick the chroma you did on the Blitzcrank skin?
That you know what? That's a good answer. I use that coma all the time because it looks like my cat. That's all.
Oh, that's very nice. What's the name of your cat?
Fountain.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alright,
This
Hoptic,
don't
you can
got
ask
nothing to do
your-
with the game.
We don't want to
That's
talk about his like.
question.
We don't want to talk about his game 5 hugs, his pike hooks.
No,
yeah.
All right,
I don't wanna-
Hoptic, you could ask him a less important question now.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to say too much, but I think Curse of Dragons, you've obviously had a lot of experience. I'm not sure if you've won an OLS split. Have you?
No,
ever-
no.
Okay, so yeah, so you came to DMV as a kind of like a journeyman coming from a OLS where you were maybe like one of the best players on your team versus right now where it's like, you know, you obviously have some like perennial master players, like a GM player, kind of like leading the charge. How does it feel kind of stepping into that kind of situation versus like an OLS where you're pretty much the one shot calling at all times?
I think it's a lot of fun because I get to like hear the chess match going on of macro calls between the high elo players on both teams, and just getting to be a part of that and contribute it's a lot of fun. I'd recommend it to anyone.
That's great. That's great. Honestly, I'm very glad you had that experience. I think yeah, macro is like my favorite part of the game. I know Envy really likes the micro part, but for me, it's all about like the chess match, as you said. But yeah, thank you all. I think yeah, in conclusion, this was such a great match, and your run to the finals was something to behold. That being said, DMV Summer 2026 is ending today. This will be the final saying from all of us here, but I wanted to just say thank you to everyone who's contributed, everyone who's just contributed even a little to the donation pool, to the person who did our graphics, to everyone competing, to the people who were subbing from the sidelines, and everyone supporting in the stream. Thank you all so much. And for the last time this split, we're signing off. Thank you all. Have a good night.
You're so tough, Optech.